To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
All right, folks, good, sunny, beautiful morning coming at you here live and in full effect from the 2025 NORRA's Baja. Folks, my name's Sean Sermon. We're bringing the action all day long, and I couldn't be more excited about this. We are now halfway through the race, 6 days of racing, and I'll tell you, it's been absolutely amazing. We started off in Ensenada into San Felipe down to Bay of LA, then moving on to where our starting order is right now. Our starting is today, and we're about ready to head out into the desert right now, and I've got some exciting stories as we make our way down to Loreto. It has been the luckiest NORRA of my life so far as reporting the news. We've been able to bring you some great stuff from all over the desert, from areas that we normally don't get a chance to get into, and we've been able to do that, get you the coverage, and I've been so lucky because the racing's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing in all the different classes. So as we are prepared to take off here and start heading south down towards Loreto, we've got a long day ahead of us yet. But first, before I get in all the details, because I have a whole day here of things to talk about, and I don't want to blow it too early on, but we have some really cool stuff. Starting off up on top of the starting order, it's going to be a little while. We are starting off in San Ignacio right now. The fastest team thus far, the ones leading the race, you see it right there. That is the Riviera truck of Mark Post. And Mark Post, he has put together a team of absolute legends for this weekend, or for this week. And starting off, we've got Mark Post driving the truck. Larry Ragland's been in it all day. We were able to watch the whole thing. I thought it was Mark Post, but it wasn't. It ended up being none other. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. Then Rob McCachran the whole day. And so we get to the finish line, realize it's Rob McCachran, and he put in a heck of a run, put him up on top of the leaderboard. Now we have a long run heading down. One special today. It's only one. And we're heading all the way down to Loreto. It's a long haul. Guess who's on board? Guess who's driving that truck? It says Mark Post up there on the leaderboard. It's not. It's another Hall of Famer. It's Robbie Gordon all day today. So, I mean, Mark Post put together quite a team. Just unbelievable. So is Post driving it. Larry Ragland, they were back and forth. Rob McCachran it all day yesterday. Now Robbie Gordon's in the truck. Robbie Gordon knows the truck quite well. Granted, there's been an awful lot of changes to that truck. But Robbie Gordon built that truck back in the mid-90s. Sold it in 1994 to Mark Post. That truck has been through a lot of ups and downs. It has won championships, it's won races, it's won so much stuff. But there are a fair amount of changes that truck has gone through. Some upgrades and different things and repairs from days of racing where it didn't go as well as planned. But Robbie Gordon knows that truck and he knows it very well, so he is on board with that. So I will say, as far as the overall goes, anything can happen. Now, we know with Robbie driving that truck that, you know, they might set a record time from San Ignacio down to Loreto, or they could have some trouble. We don't know. But starting behind him, flawless race. Just beautiful for 3 days so far is Brent Fox in the Evolution 6100 truck. He is starting in P2, and he is someone that has been proven to be reckoned with all NORRA here so far for the NORRA's Baja. So very cool stuff. I'm going to get ahead of myself a little bit on purpose. Then we're going to get into Dave Mason Jr., Dave Mason, other than a flat tire they had yesterday, it took them a little while to get it changed, and that was on the race course itself. They had to do that. Dave Mason Jr. has had a real good run. So Dave Mason Jr. behind him, Matt Cullen, Greg DiStefano, Zach Langley, Eric Dern. And then we get into, and that's all of our Evolution, unlimited buggies, unlimited trucks, historic truck and truggies. And then we get into the first TV across the line, and that is PJ Jones. He's leading the pack in the Evolution Production Turbo UTV. So he's got a couple spots ahead of him, and he is doing very, very well. So as we are getting ready to rock and roll here, we've got the PJ Jones, couple vehicles in between him and the next UTV, and the next UTV would be Max Gordon, starting a while back. So there we are, off and running. And that is Brent Fox, who has led the majority of this race, as we're on board with him. Now, I'll tell you, it has been quite a run down the peninsula for Brent Fox. He had a great battle, or has had a great battle, with Dave Mason Jr. And now we hop on board with Robbie Gordon. Heading out, and there is Dave Mason Jr. Dave Mason says, as long as I don't have any flats or anything, we're going to be golden. Well, he had one yesterday, but if he can get by with only that one, he still may just be golden, as Dave Mason Jr. has won this race in the past. He is very impressive with that vehicle. The things that he has done is outrageous with this car, and he is certainly somebody that can win this race again, as we're hopping on board with Dave Mason. Behind him is going to be Matt Cullen, Dave DiStefano, Zach Langley, and Eric Dern. And we're going to talk about it here in a little bit, but let's not forget, we have to talk about Matthew Legg. He had a end-over-end crash yesterday, landed on all fours, and just kept on digging, and is now starting 9th. So very good run for him, outside of, going end-over-end with maybe a hint of a pirouette involved. Then Bob Briggs, excellent run for Bob Briggs. Bobby Patton's moving on up in the fastball pre-runner truck. And then Derek Hunter and James Chip Griffith III looking great. Max Gordon starting off in the 15th spot in second UTV to take off. And he is 9 minutes behind PJ Jones. Can he make that up? He can. It's a long run today. Can he do it without any damage to the car? Because he's going to have to push, and it doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you're in. When you're pushing that hard, anything can happen. And then you have PJ Jones, who's Mr. Smooth out there, so we'll see exactly how that works out for him. All right, so we are on board here with, I put my glasses back on, with Cullen. And I'm not sure, we'll find out once we get going. We've been getting some really great in-cab footage from this team. Both, my favorite thing is the navigation portion of it, is what they've been doing. We've had Erica in there navigating, and some others as well. Two completely different styles of navigation, both obviously working quite well for that truck scene that's starting off in the 4th position here. They have been putting in an amazing NORRA here. So you can see they're getting ready to rock and roll right now. And we see our team getting ready to send them down for what is going to be one special today, all the way down the peninsula. And as I'm looking right here, I'm going to give you some more information on exactly how it is going to work with the live tracking and the timing and scoring. Cullen putting on a bit of a show for some of the race fans and the locals at San Ignacio. Hey now. Having a good time with it. Now we're San Ignacio down to Loreto. It's 184.20 miles. It's one special, one stage, one shot to make it on down to the finish line. We will be happy, and we did this yesterday as well. It kind of threw me off a little bit, and I think we all learned something together yesterday. We will be having, and this is for lack of different terms, I just like this one. It's almost like a competition caution, if you will, which is going to be happening in mid-course here. And I got that information, was given to me by Superval earlier today. And that is going to be happening. Let me get my homework back up here. It looks like we will be seeing that comp caution happening. Yeah, neutral zone. So we will have 2 neutral zones coming up later today where they're going to have to stop for 10 minutes. And that is a matter of that 10 minutes, they're allowed to use that for whatever they need. They can get out of the car, they can work in the car, they can do whatever they want. And it's more along the lines of, it's a long run, 186 miles. Or, sorry, 184 miles. I don't know where I came up with that number. 184.20 miles. And they can basically do whatever they need to do. And the reason behind that is more or less on the sides of safety. Make sure that they can go through the vehicle, make sure everything's all right, make sure we don't have any tires, wheels falling off, anything that could cause a problem. And because with NORRA and, of course, our race director, Garcia, that is number 1, is safety. And it also makes life a lot easier for our sweep teams and things. And then DiStefano off the line there. And then a little later on in the race here, we'll start getting into our timing and scoring and all of that. Right now, we're way too early to get into it, but they're going a long run today. Heading south down to back into the Pacific side once they get to the water. In San Juanito, they will have a 10-minute comp caution, if you will. Then they're going to head a little farther south, and then they're going due east all the way across the peninsula. They will be hopping on the highway for a little bit. They'll hop on Highway 1, Mexican Highway 1, for a short time, and then pop back out into the desert and then make their way down to Loreto. So it's a long shot. They're going all the way across the peninsula from west to east and then some. So quite a run they have today. And we got another car off the line here. Excuse me. And what we can do here, as I'm getting up some updated information sent to me on a computer here, getting it all dialed in. I would like to say that it is spread out now. It was a 1-minute split. When I say a split, it is 1 minute. A car starts 1 minute. Another car starts 1 minute. If anyone comes late to the line, and they have to be in pre-staging at every stage every day of the 6-day NORRA Baja, they have to be in pre-staging 30 minutes before they take off, before their start time. So if their start time's at 9 o'clock, they got to be there at 8:30. If they show up at 8:31, they immediately get a 10-minute penalty, plus the time that they're penalized, which means it would be an 11-minute penalty. So that's how that works. The difference is today, same rules as far as 30 minutes in advance, same rules as far as you got to be on time, or you'll be penalized the 10 minutes plus the amount of time you're late. But there is a 2-minute gap in between each competitor off the line today. So that does make things a little easier on the dust and things of that nature for, especially for, you know, all of our guys that are racing so close to one another, because some of these classes, especially up front here, right off the bat, I mean, these guys are just on top of each other. Our leaders have not really spread out too much. They've had some very, I'm not saying physical on top of one another, but as far as the racing goes, I mean, they've been in each other's dust a lot. And yesterday we had several physical lead changes on course, so maybe this 2-minute gap will help out with that. All right, now rolling out is Eric Duran. Eric Duran's been having an awesome NORRA. Very consistent for the first 3 days, putting in an absolute great run. And there we are on board with Brent Fox and Mark Post. So those guys just getting out of the speed zone. There's a pretty long speed zone here for these guys, getting in and out of the area here. Coming in, not as bad. They, you know, they get through their trees, through the palm trees and things of that nature. And on the way out, it's a little bit longer. So they're just making their way out right here and moving on into the desert where they can really get rocking and rolling and really get racing. And now we're sitting there, PJ Jones. I tell you, it's unbelievable. It's not unbelievable. What am I talking about? It's not unbelievable at all. I'm making stuff up now. It's so impressive, is what I'm trying to say, is how, well, just how smooth PJ Jones runs, not just this race, but in general in these off-road races. He's just so mellow, just calm. I mean, he's not a guy, I mean, I've seen him fired up before. I've seen him not happy. But for the most part, on the racetrack, he's just so calm. He's been doing it for a long time. He's just real mellow. Not much surprises him. And on top of that, you know, he made a good point yesterday that he just knows what pace to set. And, you know, and for myself, you know, I've spent a fair amount of time racing I've spent a lot of time racing all kinds of things, all different types of race vehicles. But I don't have the experience down here in the desert, even close to, you know, the majority of you guys are out there racing. You've all spent more time racing the desert than I have. And so, you know, he brought up a great point that really kind of hit home for me. It's a matter of, you know, the times that I do come down here and I do get the opportunity to be involved, what is the right pace? This is me talking to me. What is the right pace? Are we going fast enough? Are we going too fast? Are we pushing too hard? Are we not pushing enough? And what is the right pace? But when you're someone like PJ Jones and a lot of these top runners, they know what the pace is. And a lot of you guys out there, your race teams, you guys know what the pace is. I don't necessarily know that. And especially from class to class. But for PJ to get out there, he just knows from stage to stage for what it is that they're dealing with that day on course, for what it is that they're dealing with in the race car, what have you. He knows what the pace is to set. And then you take that, and that's just part of the experience, and it shows. And we've seen PJ, you know, he's won down here in NORRA before. He's always a front runner, and it's just real impressive just to watch him do his thing. So either way, kudos to you, my friend. Well done. Well done. So we are continuing on with our start. And as soon as I say there we go. And so our guys are making their way out, getting ready to get into some heavy rock and roll and racing. Off the line right now behind P.J. Jones is Matthew Legg. Full Spread Racing is now lost all of its coverage. No more body on that vehicle. As we are hopping back on board with P.J. Jones as they are going out, making their way through the slow zone on the highway here, where they have to follow the rules of the highway. Got the co-driver just getting comfortable, loosening up for what's going to be a long day in the car. And I will say, and I could continue to say several times here, a long day in the car, but you know, yesterday was a long run as well, without a doubt. You know, almost 140 miles, and then another 68 on top of it, and it happened pretty darn quickly, especially for, say, our top 25, 30 vehicles. They were on the gas pretty early on. And so I'm expecting that to be the same here. I'm excited to see a few different things. I'm excited to see what happens with the Riviera truck, because they have now, they've been running great the whole race. But I'm curious to see, now that they're starting back up front, are they going to stay up front? I know that yesterday it's funny because Rob Mack says, hey, he got in the truck, and they did not. They started yesterday physically back. I don't know. Don't hold me to it. I'm not going to go through all the way back through my computer screens right now. But I believe, you know, like 7th, 8th or something, 9th. They start farther back than they did today, obviously. And Rob Mack says he got in the truck. He's like, we'll see what happens. You know, when the times pop out, is Bob Briggs. Bob Briggs has been having an excellent run. Bob Briggs is off the line, but Rob Mack says, yeah, I just wanted to take it easy. You know, I didn't want to wreck anything. I didn't want to get any flats, so I just went slow. And his slow all day put him up on top of the leaderboard. So that's pretty rad that he's able to do that. And speaking of Rob Mack, I believe that there is the Fastball Racing Team pre-runner. And Rob Mack may be on board in that vehicle as well. We know that is the driver record for that is Bobby Patton. And I'm not exactly sure who will be in it, but you know, Bobby Patton, I know he wants to have a good time drive too, but after the performance Rob Mack put in yesterday, you think, well, we ought to put him back behind the wheel again. All right, so now we've got historic truck and truggies on course. We have 3 Evolution 6100s out on course now. That it would be Brent Fox. No, 4 of them. Matt Cullen, Zach Langley, and Matthew Legg. So we have 4 6100s out there doing their thing. Bob Briggs was the 2nd historic truck and truggy to hit course. So they're having a battle with Mark Post. Today that battle will be with Robbie Gordon. We also have 2 of our Unlimited, Evolution Unlimited buggies on course. Dave Mason Jr. racing for an overall. Greg DiStefano also racing for an overall. And then we've got Eric Duran. He is leading the pack by class with the Evolution pre-run buggies. And we've also got our first UTV out on course as well with the Evolution Production Turbo UTV. Now Bobby Patton hitting the line here in the Evolution Heavy Metal in the Jimco Fastball pre-runner. Next up is going to be Derek Hunter and James Chip Griffith III. They are both also in 6100s. So a lot of the 6100s having a great race. We have 6 of them all within the top 13 and not far off of one another. So these guys putting in a great race. It's now, we hear the guys joking around here with James Griffith III, having a good time. And off they go. I'm going to be quiet just for a couple of seconds here and see if they've got any more joking around and things, but they seem to be very jovial and having fun.
Have a medium left, medium right. 24, you're good. Medium right. Keeps going right. Medium right.
And a smart way to get the old navigator warmed up as you're cruising through town, nice and easy, or the navigator saying, maybe I need to kickstart myself a little bit this morning. And going through town, navigation in town may not necessarily be needed, but a good way to, hey, let's get prepped. As soon as we take our initial green flag, let's go to work, boys. And that's exactly what, I think that's pretty cool. And heading on out. These guys having fun. San Ignacio is a beautiful little town. It really is. If you haven't been there, you need to do that. It really is a great place. And it's very, very pretty, very quiet, mellow. And these guys really enjoying it. You hear some people hooting and hollering, having a good time out there. And now we know why, as they've got their eyes set on the next car to go off the line. That is Max Gordon. Max Gordon's second UTV on course as they count him down. Coming off the line, gagging a little throttle right there. Just a little something for the crowd. Everyone's sitting around. Look, everybody waving up and down the peninsula. He's only been racing in Baja for a handful of years now, and he's just a young man. But everybody, third generation superstar down here, everybody knows who Max Gordon is, and they love it. Absolutely love it. All right, so now we have two UTVs on course. Max Gordon, the 15th car overall on course. Behind him is going to be Cesar, there he is. Cesar Cuevas. Cesar Cuevas is in the Evolution Pro UTV Class 10. So he is leading his class. He is the third UTV overall off the line for all the UTVs, but he is leading his class. Behind him, coming to the line right now, is number 179 of Kyle Vestermark in the Evolution Production Turbo UTV. So fifth UTV off the line, and third overall, or third by class, and Vestermark has been putting in an awesome run. NORRA, the 2025 NORRA's Baja did not start out that great for Vestermark. They had trouble, but they have ultimately gotten past that trouble, been able to make it happen. They fixed whatever problems they had to deal with early on, and they just kept digging. It's a father-son team there, and they are doing quite well making it happen. And they are moving up. I believe it was yesterday, 2 days ago, they started way, way back. Yesterday, started back quite a bit. Today, now they're starting off 17. So they are moving forward. They're moving up. They're doing better and better and better. And we're only halfway through. Today, right now, as I speak, is the beginning. We haven't even got to the racing portion of the course yet for our leaders. So right now, this is the very beginning of the second half of NORRA's Baja. So we've got a lot to go yet. Anything can happen. There is absolutely no reason, with the proper amount of luck And that's what you need for anyone down here. That Vestermark can't still win by class. It's totally possible. So there we are. Vestermark off on the line. Drew Pefferle in the Evolution production making his way out. And then we're going to continue on at the Drew Pefferle with Troy Johnson, Benjamin Button, Bob Howell, and then Dave Taylor. So now we're on board, cruising along here with Robbie Gordon on board with the Mark Post Riviera truck, Dave Mason Jr. as well. And here is Hap Kellogg in the 721. I'm slightly confused because I don't see Hap Kellogg on my start grid, which now I'm thinking about it from yesterday's finish. I should. I'm not seeing it here on the paperwork. Ah, yes, under Troy Johnson. All right, now taking off the line, Benjamin Button in the Triple Deuce, the 222 team. So there is Benjamin Button. We're coming down here doing NORRA for some time now. No stranger to NORRA's Baja, the 222 team. And here we are with John Brindle in the Safari class on board. These guys have been having an absolute blast. We've been hearing them kind of joking around, having fun. Really cool stuff. And now we get into one of our older vehicles. Getting ready to come off the line. And I said, and I happen to say, I just got lucky on this one. It's not because I have a crystal ball or anything like that, but as this vehicle originally came off the line in Ensenada with Bob Howell, I said, you know, it's kind of cool because it's vehicles like this or any vehicle in this race, the way it is, with it being 6 days of racing, often 5 and now 6, is that as long as you're consistent, that all these historic vehicles can win this thing. And then there is Bob Howell, who is he right now currently is not in an overall position, but he is off the line in 21st. He is leading in the vintage 4-cycle buggies, and he is way ahead of a ton of new fandangled UTVs, Evolution, pre-runners, heavy metals, 6100s, unlimited buggies, unlimited truggies, unlimited trucks. And all that is simply from Bob just being calm, cool, consistent, and making it happen. And that dirt is about to get churned, if you will, as we got a great ground shot there of the team about ready to rock and roll here. Our production team, they've been working very diligently to make some moves and get you all the action, and man, has it been working out. Now we're sitting here on the line, ready to go with another UTV competitor, about to pop off the line. little dusty, a little dazed, but nonetheless unfazed. As heading back out. For another long day of racing here at the 2025 NORRA Baja. And we got a beautiful shot of the town of, or village, or of San Ignacio. And then you can see out on the highways, it's been a little windy down there. See the sand blowing across the road as we are on board with what has been the leader of the majority of the race physically and by time. Here with Brent Fox on the highway, heading out to the beginning of special stage number 1, the only stage. There's only one. There's only one today. So Brent Fox in ready to rock and roll. And there's the 1831 factory razor. So the 1831 and the factory razor of Travis Clark. And then behind Travis Clark, Lawrence Walton, George Berta behind him. Then we get into a heavy metal vehicle, Evolution Heavy Metal. That's going to be Trevor Glidden. Trevor Glidden has been just at his own pace the whole time, and it's working pretty good for him.
Medium right, over the straight.
On board with James Griffith. Content aware. As they are off and running. And it's a beautiful day in San Ignacio. As it takes a little while to get out to where the racing begins, to where it is safe. As we're heading out now to the start of the 184.20 miles. Hear him heavy on the horn. Taking a look at all of our competitors making their way down to the start of the race course. Our leaders almost there. All right, so there we are on board with Robbie Gordon. Brent Fox as well. They are at the start line. We just all went off the initial start out of town. But now we've got them now at the start line here, ready to rock and roll, to get into it for a long day. You see our starters and things. We'll see if we can hear some of this conversation. I don't know if we can or not. I don't think we've been getting a lot of that out of either one of these trucks. So not getting anything out of them. But we do know they're ready to go. And you guys at home, keep in mind, and we're going to be looking again here about some of your comments on YouTube and things. I would like let's have some fun with this. Let's have some fun with it. So I would like some comments. What do you think as far as Robbie Gordon's driving style today? We know that he prefers to just go with his favorite speed, which is to just dominate, just to win. But we know sometimes that can be rough on equipment as well. Today, he's getting in after Rob Mack went out there and says, I took it easy. Now, did he really take it easy? Or did he not? Because he was so fast, really impressive. Let's see I'm curious to see what's going on. Let's see, we've got Michael Perlman, Tony Perlman here. Go for it, Bob Howie. All right, hey, Tony, if you're listening right now, it's great to see you commenting. Keep them coming, Tony. And hey, I miss you. I'm going to come up, stay at the house sometime soon, okay? That's what Mike said. Mike said it was okay. I hope you don't mind. All right, moving on here. We said, let's see. Previous. Okay, and continuing on. Let's go, Ramon, number 305. Next first place, stage 4 win. All right, let's cheer him on. That's from Mike. Kevin Eichner, Sean and Kevin. BJ Jones heading down to the start. Max Gordon. That's what happens when I can't see with the screens without my glasses and I can't see the computer with them. It's been an ongoing battle here this week. So Max Gordon on his way. And now we're back to the ceremonial start. Off the ceremonial start here. As we should be seeing Robbie Gordon in the post vehicle get underway with actual racing here momentarily. Joe O. Off the line here in San Ignacio. There we are. Robbie Gordon up to the start line, ready to rock and roll. We should be hearing them count down here at any moment. We haven't done it this way yet. I'm going to be quiet because we're just moments away from them counting down to Robbie Gordon taking off. I'm going to be quiet. Let's listen in on this. We haven't done this yet in the last 3 days. Robbie Gordon in the post vehicle and the Riviera team quickly up to speed and prepared to tackle 184.20 miles. And they're getting after it right now. Robbie Gordon in the Javier's Riviera truck takes off. So does a Speed UTV off the line. Up the ceremonial starts and gets all kinds of sideways. So that's perfect timing. That was the 77 Speed UTV, Robbie's entry. And Bronson is sharing the driving duties with that team now. And so Bronson Lamont getting that thing all kinds of sideways right as the boss man himself was checking out as well in the unlimited truck. So perfect timing right there. Now perfect timing back to the start here with Fox. Brent Fox off the line. Let's listen in and see how long it takes him to get up to speed. He has had a flawless run here in 2025. Robbie Gordon just getting into it right there. Now we're on board with Fox. Fox is jamming right now, really letting her eat. Looking good right there, just backing it in. Nice and aggressive. Look at the big rooster tail coming off of that. Good morning, Baja. We're going racing. Out in front, Robbie Gordon, the Riviera team. Right behind him, it is Brent Fox. Not to be forgotten about is Mason, Dave Mason Jr. in the third starting spot right behind him as well. He's about to come off the line if he hasn't already. And sitting here on the ceremonial start, if you will. With a little wave from Ginger. Counting it down, 10 seconds until the start. And they are off. That is the 1833 vehicle. And some of the locals having fun out there, waving them on, all pumped up. I love that. Now we're on board. As we always are, every time we go on board with Dave Mason Jr., he's just absolutely dropping the hammer. Dave Mason, other than getting a flat yesterday, which does happen down here, other than that, he has been having next to flawless run. And if he only has just that one flat, then he's going to be just fine. Let him just off of the distance right there. Brent Fox. Just doing his thing, just jamming. He has been beyond impressive for 3 straight days, continuing into day number 4. Starting off 2 minutes behind Robbie Gordon right there. And gagging the throttle a little bit there in that 4-seater pre-runner buggy. Coming off the ceremonial start. It is 8:49 on the dial right now. So at 8:49, that would mean to me that that should be we should have seen Larry Holt, Chuck Sutton should be off and running here soon. Look at them now. That is the Cullen team. They have been great. Their navigation has been amazing the whole time. And I jinxed them. I totally jinxed them. I'm sorry, guys. I won't talk about that anymore. As soon as I said it, they blow the turn. Luckily, now's the time to do it. There's nothing around, no trees, no rocks, no cactus, no anything. That could have been ugly in a worse situation. And here we are with another UTV off the line. As we see our start team sending all the vehicles off, this is Brad Halko. Back on board with Halko. Halko having a great time down here, a good run for his 2025 Norra Baja. As Halko has started off a little rough, but has been consistent the rest of the way and is continuing to dig on. Great shot there, Mason. Dave Mason Jr. on board, showing Dave Mason Jr. at speed. Really dropping a hammer here. Just quiet. And absolutely flying right here. There with the 2 minutes in between the vehicles here, I don't see any dust. As they got a long way to go today, and it's not going to take as long as you expect for them to cover all this ground here. We are, as I've mentioned several times, 184 miles. They're going to cover that 184 miles quicker than you think. As the 2984 hops off the line. That is Antonio Contras in his Can-Am to the Evolution Production Turbo class. 2984, he is the vehicle off. Parked. Now he looks like he's moving. It looked like he was parked. I feel better about that now. And watching the Matt Cullen team do their work. Firing up a big rooster tail. And there we are. Look at that. That's such a cool shot right there. These guys just jamming. Right off the start, they go through that long area, that long transit, where they're going nice and slow, coming out of the village, everything's mellow, and then immediately right to the loud pedal for the cops. Zach Langley, been racing down here a long time. But what a way to start off. You come in, come out nice and slow, mellow, and then all of a sudden it's time to really dig. Let's hop on board here and listen to the navigation of the Cullen team. So not hearing all the navigation I had hoped to. And here we are with a pre-runner buggy team jamming. Just having a great time out here. They are the team, I believe that is Eric Duran in the Curry pre-runner. Behind him, there is Craig DiStefano. DiStefano putting in an excellent run, trading in his truck for that machine. And here we are on board with Robbie Gordon and Javier's Riviera truck. Let me see, let's listen in on him right here. I'm interested, I love the different drivers, different driving styles. I love listening to the tight stuff, to the fast stuff. Let's start getting a feel for how Robbie Gordon's day is gonna be. And there you have it. I tell you, that truck has got to be a happy, happy truck. It's been so well taken care of for so many years by Mark Post, driven hard the way it needs to be. And then this week, just treated like the legend that it is. And I'm talking about the truck, not the drivers. Top Steve, Zach Langley, and the 250. Getting after it. And now getting back to the Riviera truck, that thing has got to be so happy. It's got the best of the best being put in it. It's back with its old owner again. It's got two dads, Robbie and Mark Post. Both of them really happy with them. And now it looks like we're having some trouble right off the initial start. Not the way you want to start off. So just seeing what's going on there. I was trying to be quiet, see if I could hear maybe what was happening there, but to no avail. The way you want to start off your NORRA, but I guess it's better doing it there than out on course, as there is. Eric Duran in a pre-runner buggy, running 7th overall out of all the classes. Pretty impressive stuff. But it goes to show you, in off-road racing, especially ones that go on day after day after day like this, like the NORRA Baja, consistency, man. You don't have to have 1,000 horsepower. You don't have to have 3 feet of travel. You got to have a little something, and you got to have consistency, and you got to have luck. On board now with Dave Mason Jr. You hear him nice, mellow, well under control. Dave Mason is an absolute master of his craft. Oh, gotta slow down for a cow. That's upsetting. That's a very fast area. So to have to slow down to that speed right there due to a cow is a bummer. Losing quite a bit of time right there. Slowing down, going, staying at that slow speed for a few seconds, and then taking the time to get back up the speed when everyone else is going through there just standing on the wood. That's a bummer. But not as bad as just making hamburgers. Although I do love a good hamburger. All right, so the Mark Post team driven right now by Robbie Gordon. Looking great. Then we got on board right there, I believe that would be PJ Jones. Sure it is, behind Eric Duran. PJ Jones, first UTV on course, first overall. I'm not surprised. Really impressive run. But kind of to be expected from the PJ Performance Camp. Now, getting ready to come off the line. Trying to get a number on it. I know if those of you that are following along at home on your laptop or your smartphone or tablet, you will see that they still have them starting every 1 minute on there, but we're actually starting every 2 minutes. So it makes it a little more difficult. Now, so that was Watson in the 1050. All right, so there we go. Watson in the 10-5-0. Tom Watson, he should be followed up by Oliver Clemente, Jay Bills. Oliver being the first of the Volkswagen Bug class. Awesome. I know, speaking of Volkswagen Bugs, Blake Wilkie, if those of you that follow along on the old interweb, I know last night I was in my hotel room just kind of doing some homework in a fun way by just doing it over following Nora's Instagram and other drivers' Instagrams and Facebooks, and just bebopping around the old interweb, see what I can see and who was where. And this just reminds you as we take off for our first Volkswagen Bug to go out on course that Blake Wilkie was broke out quite a ways out yesterday and had a long day ahead and was about to pull the transmission out, had it ready to go, and was waiting on, I didn't hear exactly what, but was waiting on someone or something to get there with whatever they needed. But they're about to pull the trans, and then some locals showed up and gave them some cervezas, which was cool. And I would imagine that they were back, got that thing back up and running. Speaking of up and running, right there, Cowbell Racing, end over end over end over end yesterday. With a bit of a pirouette involved as well, landed back on all its wheels, and just kept digging. It is still running a great race. Now we're on board here. Rumor has it that it will actually be Cowboy Cerrone driving. We've been talking about that back and forth and trying to figure out who's driving when. And one of the difficult things is, and this is not a complaint, so those of you, the teams, and everyone out there, don't worry, I'm not upset. It doesn't even matter if I am upset, nobody cares. But who's driving what? You guys can put in whomever you want on your team whenever you want, and that's great. Please don't get upset when I'm trying to figure out who it is when we don't know. But we believe, I was told this morning through a group message on WhatsApp, that Donald Cerrone would be driving today. So I'm going to go with that. And if anyone finds differently or what have you, just do your best to let me know. But that's what I'm running with today. So the 214 will be Donald Cerrone. As Donald Cerrone making his way to the start line, the one and only actual start. We had the ceremonial start in San Ignacio, which we love to do. It's just kind of a party there and let the locals and some tourists and what have you enjoy it. And then we get to the actual start. There's only one today, and special stage number 1, and there is no special stage number 2 for today. And it's just one big long one coming at you. As we continue on, the way it breaks down today, 184 miles. And it's a hard fought 184 miles. So you've got to go, last couple days, let's talk about this, because it's kind of, I'm going to make a point here in a minute, I promise you. We leave San Felipe, it's beautiful in San Felipe, everybody loves it. And then you got 3 stages, specials into Bay of LA. Bay of LA, cool little fishing village, but we turned upside down. A lot of people, their accommodations are not ideal because you don't have any. Because we have too many people than what can the village can kind of to have there. So as we're sitting here on the line with Max Gordon, you're ready to go. I'm going to continue on my story here. So we go from Bay of LA. It's rough down there. It's not a vacation when you're in Bay of LA, when you're there for NORRA, because the town's just turned upside down. Then you got such a long run yesterday, going 138.7 miles out of Bay of LA, and special stage 1. Special stage 2, 68 miles, gets you in San Ignacio. Beautiful little village. It is. But it was hard fought to get there. And then you leave San Ignacio, Hard fought to get out. 184 miles straight through. No BS, no messing around. One special. Let's go. Let's get it done. Green to checkered. Brings you into Loreto. Then you get to Loreto, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, and it's just beautiful. The sights when you come in on the race course, you know you're getting closer, back closer to the water again. Just absolutely beautiful stuff. And so, well worth it. So it's like a couple days of fighting hard to get yourself to a beautiful day in Loreto. Speaking of a beautiful day ahead, Max Gordon in the 77, taking the initial start. He is second UTV on course overall and second UTV by class. All of that behind PJ Jones. He's got himself less than 10 minutes he needs to make up. He doesn't have to make it all up today. Is he going to try to? Yeah, of course he is. If you had not had an opportunity to listen in, I believe it was yesterday, I think it was, either yesterday or the day before, he has a throttle stop in his UTV because that's what you have to have when you're an absolute animal behind the wheel and you want to keep the vehicle together in one piece. And it's not a speed UTV, that's anything at all because he just runs so hard. As fast as the vehicle goes, that's, you want to know, hey, you don't have to ask Max how fast he was going in a section because the answer is as fast as the vehicle can possibly go. And I'm not saying that other people can't do that, but he does have the ability. But that's just, he's a young kid, calculates things very quickly in his head. He's super talented, and it's just a matter of, I can do that. And normally what happens is, you have, some type of, if you can manufacture it, you can break it, right? Let's put it that way. And it doesn't matter if he's in an unlimited truck or a UTV or a pre-run, doesn't matter. He's gonna run into the wood. So he's got a throttle stop on. And so that way he literally does just keep the car completely wide open the entire time. And to the point where yesterday he was wide open for so long that his foot fell asleep. And he couldn't move his ankle off the pedal and had to pull his foot off of the gas pedal and kind of blew a turn. So I thought that was kind of humorous. So there we are. Great shot there off for the distance and coming up into what is soon going to be a 90-degree left-hander at speed for this competitor. This competitor happens to be Max Gordon. That worked out perfectly. Max backing it in. Never even thought about lifting the throttle. Never even thought about it. And that's just the way he operates. So kudos to you, young man. And keep on digging. You've got yourself a little shy of 10 minutes to make up on PJ Jones. Do I think you can do it? I do. Do I think PJ can go faster? He can. Do I think PJ will go faster? I don't. I think he's going to keep his pace because he's smart. He's been out here a long time. And this is me just talking to myself right now. So if you want to listen in, you can. If you want to tune me out, that's fine too. But this is where my head's at. If PJ Jones finds out, whether it be by radio or he looks in his rearview mirror or what have you, if for any reason PJ Jones finds out right now in stage 4 or day 4 that Max Gordon's catching him, what would PJ Jones do? I think PJ won't do anything. I think he'll keep his pace up just as he is, which is a good pace. And I think he will just say, hey, I know I'm not going to wreck anything. I should be good. I'm going to stay at my pace, and I'm just going to hope that Max makes a mistake going as fast as he is. That's what I think PJ would do. Am I him? No, I'm not. But, you've got kind of, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but you've got, the old guy, you got the old bull versus the young buck here, right? And the old bull's been around a while. And the young buck's got something to prove. It is young and wild. So there's going to be two completely different driving styles right there. And so Max Gordon is pushing really hard to go out and do his thing and to make it happen and make a name for himself and speed UTV. And I think that's kind of Dad's orders as well. Is like, Robbie's more into doing different things, trying different things on the car. You know, if the car breaks, it's not the end of the world because Robbie's always testing. He's using this race as a test. He's not worried about necessarily, he wants to finish well, but the finishes for Robbie aren't as important because he has a trophy case above and beyond what anyone could ever imagine as far as already done that. He doesn't need to prove himself to anybody anywhere in the world. He's Robbie Gordon. Max Gordon doesn't have that. He's got the name, but he doesn't have the trophy case that's full. And so he needs to fill that up. And I think that might even be Dad's orders. Like, hey, I'll worry about the UTV. Let me worry about the testing. Let me worry about doing this. You just go out and just put this thing on the top of the podium. Just go do it. You go win races. And I'm going to keep working on the R&D. And so either way, we've got PJ Jones, who is just going to stay at his pace. That's what I believe. And we got Max Gordon, who is going to definitely stay on his pace. But they're two different paces. And one is very consistent, and the other one is fun and exciting, and I love to watch it. And we're going to see which one prevails when we get down to the very end of day number 6. But I wish them both the best of luck. Here we are, I believe. I thought at first that was Julie Boyer, but it's not. Or maybe it is. I have to wait and see till we get a little closer here. Zooming in on the number 305. I think we only have 2 of those single-seater buggies out here. 305. No, that one's Ramon Castro. Okay, Ramon Castro. And Ramon Castro is a very impressive and well-achieved driver out of Baja, living down here in Baja, born and raised. And Ramon Castro is got an awesome race shop in Ensenada, and I had an opportunity to meet him a while back. I think it was at maybe the last 500 or something like that. And just his achievements, talk about trophy cases. Nobody knows Ramon Castro as far as, I shouldn't say nobody, but people in the U.S. and things. Ramon Castro and still holds the record in some of the buggy classes and things like that, records for peninsula runs and times. And he literally, I'm not joking, hundreds and hundreds of trophies and plaques for winning, and not just in NORRA, but in all of the series over the last, say, 35, 40 years that have raced up and down the peninsula here, he's been a part of, that he's been winning in. And Ramon Castro's got an awesome shop there right here in Ensenada. And really cool stuff. So we are now on board, just digging along with PJ Jones. As we were talking about him just a little while ago. I'm just going to take just a brief second here to listen in to PJ and just see how the car is running, how's it going for him, and we'll hop right back with you. So, cruising along real good. Standard pace for Jones, which is a fast one. And earlier this morning I was talking about the right pace to set if you're out there in any class, in any vehicle, and it's going to vary. But for PJ Jones, his pace that he has to go with is, am I fast enough to be the fastest UTV in my class? Then he's also, am I fast enough to be, stay ahead of Max Gordon? And then he's got to calculate, do I even care if I'm in front of Max Gordon this early in the race? Because, you know, yeah, we're halfway through. We're just starting the second half of Norris Baja right now. We still have all day today and 2 more days to go. But am I fast enough to stay in front of Max? And do I even care if I'm in front of Max? Does it matter to me right now? Yeah, to a certain extent it does, a little. And then on top of that, then am I going fast enough to be the fastest out of everybody that is here? To be number 1. You know, and then for him, like he was talking, he knows the pace. So I mentioned earlier this morning, I don't know what that pace would be. He does, without a doubt. He says he does, and I believe him. You know, for the last umpteen years that I've known PJ, he's never lied to me yet. And if he did a good job because I didn't know it. But I'm just messing. But you know, PJ Jones, he has no reason to not know what the pace should be. Windy day on the start line here, coming out of San Ignacio. These guys having fun. I think it's Trevor Glidden. Yes, it is. It is Trevor Glidden. And Trevor, and everyone that's with Trevor, take this, please, as a compliment, because this is how I mean, but he's a patient man, more patient than I am, a calmer man, much calmer than I am. He has his pace in that truck, and that Evolution heavy metal truck, that thing can eat. I mean, that thing can do work. And he's just using a little bit of its potential. And he knows that. I can tell. And Trevor is just going along at the pace that Trevor wants to go. And it's working. And the Evolution heavy metal trucks, and I'm working out right now. He is sitting in 2nd place in class. So you cannot knock Trevor Glidden for not using all of the potential and horsepower and wheel travel that truck offers, because he knows what he's doing. He's not braking. He's not getting flats. He's not having mechanical issues. He's not getting off the course. He's just doing what he needs to do to have a great run and be on the podium in his class, and maybe, with some luck, win the class. And he's just doing that by not being an idiot. So, I mean, you gotta love the guy's style. He's a front runner. Not that far off of the overall, and just around the top 20 overall, and 2nd in class, and just doing it nice, calm, cool, just chilling out. He's like, I don't need all that BS, bro. I'm just chilling, and look how good I'm doing. Smart, man.
Right 5 at the top.
So, as we are on board with Matt Cullen in at the starting line as well, we see Julie Boyer just took off a moment ago. And I do believe that I hear the voice of Erica Sachs. And then when you hear the voice of Erica Sachs, I just thought to myself quick, I'm like, well, I'll tell you, nobody else calls rally style down here, at least that as well as she does. I mean, she's just on it. And so then I immediately just realized, I'm like, yeah, of course it's her voice. And of course it's her doing it in the most professional manner possible. As we are now on board with the Javier Restaurants Riviera team of Mark Post with Robbie Gordon behind the wheel. Here we are into a speed zone for Robbie. Cullen and Sachs. Big thumbs up, looking good. Erica Sachs making the calls in the right seat. One of the very best, if not the best. Throughout North America. And arguably one of the best navigators there is out there for rally and everything. Kind of taking some notes from, or not notes, but as far as Travis Pastrana's navigator and rally, and North American rally. Two females that ride in the right seat and do it better than just about anybody out there. And when I say, I don't even know why I bother saying female, it doesn't matter. She is one of the best there is. It doesn't matter if it's male or female. And so is Travis Pastrana's co-driver. Those two ladies are just on top of their game.
So these
That is a cool shot of them coming up into, this is our, other than the start line, this is our first camera shot, and it's a good one. There is the content-aware team digging. Getting after it pretty good, not even sliding, not scrubbing any speed, not losing any speed, just getting after it. Now here we are on board with Brad Level and Ford Performance at its absolute finest. And when you think about Ford Performance, you don't have to be a Ford guy or Ford gal. But what you do have to do is give Ford kudos for everything they have done in motorsports around the world. Just very, very impressive. And on the off-road side of things, Ford's been around for quite some time. And in the last quite a few years, the main man as far as behind the wheel of the off-road efforts has been Brad and his team. And what he has done has been very impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing how that vehicle continues on down the peninsula. And as far as racing for an overall things with that vehicle right now, that's not the goal. The goal is, yeah, they want to see Ford up on the podium, and, winning in their class and things. But they are constantly, and they've always done this with the Bronco and with the Raptor, they are using these races to better the vehicle that you purchase. And they offer a handful of really awesome vehicles, not a lot of them. But then they get into the Raptor and the Bronco, and that you can buy, and there's tons of them out there for sale. And they use what they learn at these races, they truly do, to make it happen. There we are with the Triple Deuce team. As now we have quite a few vehicles off in the desert. And we are, I believe it's a roof shot, I think. And it's a hood shot. I don't think we've seen this shot yet, this race. If we have, for some reason, I don't remember it. And maybe that has to do, I'm hoping, with my small positive rant yesterday about, hey, if you got cameras and you got what we need, get the information to us so Starstream can make it happen. Because we want as many cameras as we can with Randy Minier in the 995.
Then straight over crest.
Let's listen in to some of Randy Minier's navigators calls right here. I like the 9.5 over crest. Sounding very professional.
Straight. 300 to a concrete dip.
So these guys continuing to dig along.
300 to another concrete dip.
Talking about these concrete dips, hitting some
That
of these.
looked worse than it was.
Some of them are not a big deal. Some of them are really gnarly and can send a race vehicle of
Okay,
any
400,
sort
caution,
end over end
concrete
without a
dip,
problem.
And another dip.
Concrete dip
Should
and
be
another
another
dip
one
back
after
to
it.
back.
Okay. Straight. .300 concrete dip.
There you are, making it happen. Around this sweeper, another big UTV.
Straight for about a mile.
Staying on the gas. Now we're back on board here, continuing on with mini air. In the 995, they've been having a pretty darn good run down the peninsula. Mini Air was off the line in the 14th position. They're in the Alumacraft Grande 2022 Evolution pre-run buggies. They are second place by class behind Eric Duran in the Evolution pre-run buggy. Eric Duran started in the 7th spot overall, first by class, 7 positions behind them overall, and in second by class is Randy Minier. On board with Max Gordon. 80 plus miles an hour with a throttle stop. The nice mellow hum to that machine, as it's easy because he just lets his foot relax and fall asleep. Staying right to the wood now, just gagging the throttle a bit there. Now looking out from the hood of Max Gordon. Through some whoop-de-doos there. Same car, 2 different angles. Max Gordon. Looking good, looking comfortable. Needs to make up some time. We're early on in the race, but as you are all learning, I'm not a patient man. I'm going to the tracker. And we're going to see just where he is compared to our leader in class, which is the 980. So now I kind of have an idea of where they are. PJ Jones versus Max Gordon, because they've got themselves a pretty interesting battle, in my eyes anyways, because it's 2 completely different styles of driving. It's the tortoise and the hare, but the tortoise is the fastest tortoise in the world. Now on board with, I believe, Donald Cerrone, soon to be UFC Hall of Famer, as he's getting ready to get on the race course for a long run today. On the gas, ready to rock and roll. Back in the octagon, covered in sand for Donald Cerrone. Cerrone always ready for a good fight, and he's got himself right in the middle of a barroom brawl down here. With him and the other UTV competitors, Cerrone only halfway through the team's 2025 NORRA Baja. A lot of race left to go. work cut out for him. A lot of respect for him, not for what he's done in the octagon, or yeah, of course for what he has done there, but also in off-road racing with racing unlimited trucks, UTVs, all kinds of things in off-road. Very impressive. Early on, right to the wood. There is the number 7 right there. That is the entry of Robbie Gordon, but we know that Robbie Gordon is behind the wheel of the Riviera truck right now and is first on course. And that is the 301 off the line. The 301 right now, making its way to the actual start line. Another UTV coming down here. I tell you, it's for the UTVs, these guys that are racing for overalls, especially what I believe now, I think I could be wrong. I think this might be George Hitt. We're going to find out in a minute. No, I don't believe it is. I was wrong. I took a shot in the dark on that one, folks. Well, little sideways, little crossed up. What just happened there? Not exactly sure what just went on, but the locals are pumped. Look at all of them parked on the outside of that turn. It is, I think that's the 1333 out of the car, trying to take a look of what's going on here. So in the 1333 of Danny Jadresco in his Polaris Razor Evolution Pro UTV Class 10, the 1333, out of the car early on. And it does look to me as we got a little more camber than we want. Not enough caster, too much camber in that vehicle, and possibly, just the way they went into that turn, possibly it broke right then and there. But what isn't broke is Jarvis. Looking good right here. Treehouse Racing. Racing for ALS. George Hitt. I think I just called him Jarvis, like we were talking Iron Man. George Hitt in the 8733. Hopefully we'll get a kick out of that. They're a fun team. They're a good group of guys and gals there. George Hitt in the 8733. Looking good. Now we've got our drone. Trying to figure out what's going on. Got a lot of locals around. And I tell you, plenty of extra hands if you need one. Any one of those people right there would be more than happy to help you. Concerning that they pulled off on the outside of that turn and now have a lot of people with their backs to the track in that area. Not a big fan of that, I can tell you. There's the Robbie Gordon entry. getting after it pretty darn good. And it looks like more and more people blowing that turn. We've seen an awful lot of that. I don't, you know, once again, I'm sitting here in a chair in a studio in Ensenada. So I'm not out there right now. But I would have to think that that big, fast, wide open 90-degree left-hander would be pretty well marked in the road book and things. But it's easy for me to talk smack while I'm sitting in here in an air-conditioned room. When I say air-conditioned, I could use a little heat. It's been freezing in here for 3 days. All right. On our way from San Ignacio, heading due south down to the Pacific. Right there, we'll have a 10-minute calm caution, if you will. Then they head across the peninsula from west to east and then back north again. Head due north and a longer distance than they did from San Ignacio south. Due north and then back heading east again until they make their way into beautiful Loreto. And it is a long run here. So now we're on board with Dave Mason Jr. What's going on with Dave Mason Jr.? Are they at one of the 10-minute stops? I can't quite tell.
Boy, we've just alerted every other team.
I'm just going to be quiet and listen and see if we learn something here.
All right, are we done? Car looks good. All tires are good. Hey, confirm we're done fueling, guys? Yes, okay, get on out of here. Get out of the way? Yeah. Clear. Let's go, grab the dump can. There's another dump can. Good luck, guys.
As we had some issues there, and I don't even know what they were. All I know is that all of a sudden I was running blind, and here he is, comes charging in and fixes things up for me, and I'm back at it again. There's a nice drone shot there as we hop on board now with Helco, I do believe. The third day in here, starting to just see the end car stuff of drivers and things and starting to realize who they are without having to go to the name, which is helpful. So the 1103 of Brad Helko still digging along. He has been having a pretty consistent NORRA. One of the buggies right there, and there on your left part of the screen is the Cullen race team with Erica Sachs in the navigation seat. Now another one of our bugs who has to come off front. That is the 1150. Of Kent, oh boy, Kent Thigerson. That's what I think it is. I feel good about that. Kent Thigerson in a 1967 VW Beetle, 97th off the line. Evolution Class 11. Getting ready to rock and roll. So taking a look at him, he is 97th off the line. And I'm just looking down through the list here. And there are 148 entries. And just taking a look at some of the competitors that are in and out of the race still. So digging along. And here we are on board with Donald Cerrone. Cerrone looking comfortable. It's all about keeping the vehicle together, being calm and smooth today. It's a long run. I see navigation right now a little easy. You're saying, hey, dig straight. You can see the dust. Just keep on digging for a while. Almost gives you an opportunity to take a couple breaths when you're in the car. Especially if you're in a UTV or what have you. You know, if you're going 140 miles an hour in some of our unlimited trucks, there is no really relaxing. But if you're in a UTV cruising around at 80, 90 miles an hour, you're still really hauling the mail. But at the same time, those long straightaways, it gives you an opportunity to kind of take a few breaths. Say, okay, we see the dust up there. Navigation says we have a ways to go, and we're just going straight. We can see the dust up in front of us. Right now, we're just looking for things that happen to be out on the track, looking for a cow, something like that. Otherwise, let's take some breaths and just keep it holding wide open. There is another UTV teams. JR really digging, getting after it real good right there. And now we're on board. And that now tells me we're in a transit section for our leaders, which for me means let's get to the tracker. Okay, so as I get the tracker rocking, that answers some of the questions. Quick work of that first section. Now this is special stage 1 and only 1 today. As I told you earlier, I can tell you now the 165, we saw him getting fuel, checking tires and things. That wasn't that first of, I believe, 2 10-minute breaks where they're allowed to do whatever they want, and that's the best place to do your pitting and things of that nature. And that is down at the San Ignacio area, which is right on the water. So right now, it looks to me as the 207 team of Cullen, the cops team, they are all doing their pit right now. The 1016 of Eric Duran is about to do the same. And Robbie Gordon, Brent Fox, and Dave Mason Jr. have all already done that and are back to making it happen. They have made their way out of there and are now up and running. So that first 10-minute break is over and done with for those guys. So here we are on the start, the number 800. Working on the truck early on. So that Walker Evans sponsored entry with the number 800. And there we are with the 178 off the line. So the 178 now looking good. That is Berlio A. Perito, Evolution Production Turbo UTV class in a Can-Am. And we got vehicles right on top of one another out here on the race course. 3 of them right there. You can almost throw a blanket over the 3 of them. Dust flying, digging. Luckily, we got a lot of wind blowing driver left to right. Otherwise, we'd be having some real problems. Out front, dust free. Dust and fancy free, I guess I could say, is Robbie Gordon in the Riviera truck with Brent Bowman along with him. These guys having a great time. Just chopping the throttle right there. They are flying right now. Kind of let off the gas a little bit in that section. A little bit of a roller there that could turn into a kicker. Into too fast. Brent Bowman must, I don't know, his name doesn't seem to sound, he must be a little Italian because he talks with his hands. I like it. He navigates verbally and with his hands all at once. So now we go back to the start line. As we see another one of our buggies hammering through the desert early on in the course. Camera team number 2 right there, picking up the action for him. And that older buggy, I believe that is an older Chenoweth. And then our one lone Yamaha in all of the race still continues to dig on. The 437. And the 437 of Brock Harper. Coming off the line 106th.
It's on the notes. There was a place where it talked about the P-Mix. Yeah.
Now these guys are talking about switched drivers. Saying it's on the notes, talking about the P-Mix. They're talking about where are we going to stop and get gas and maybe a snack. So we see outfield of them.
Yeah, this will
And these guys, they get to see all the villages. They get to see so much of the race course, some other parts of their own race course that the other more aggressive classes don't get to see. And they can do it relaxing. They stop to get their own gas, snacks, drinks, food, whatever you want, and they're in the race, but in their own class, and that class is called Safari. All you need is four-wheel drive and a sense of adventure. So come on down and join us and run in the Safari class. The first of the few bugs we still have up and running, getting after it. On board with Box. Brent Box leading the majority of this race now in P2. Coming off line physically in second place today. On course was the post team all day in the lead in day one. Day two was led the entire time by Brent Fox. Day three, the majority of the race by Brent Fox, but had an epic battle with Dave Mason Sr., who led a lot of the race as well. Now on day four, Brent Fox coming off the line in P2 with Robbie Gordon in the Riviera Racing number 3 out in front, with the assistance of Rob McCackern putting that truck up there yesterday. Let me back up. The assistance of everybody for the last 3 days of Larry Ragland, Mark Post, and Rob McCackern. Now it's Robbie Gordon's duty to keep it up there, and preferably for those guys, gain on everyone. And here's another one of our bugs about to come off the line. These guys preparing to go out and do battle in the V-Dub. As we are now at 10:57, almost 11 o'clock. We've been live broadcasting for 2 hours, which means the majority of our competitors should be out on course. There's that single-seater. All by your lonesome out there making it happen. And then that bright yellow Truggy. leaned right over. In that buggy class there. On board with Robbie Gordon, looking out the front, staring out the back. San Ignacio to Loreto. Day 4 of the 2025 NORRA Baja. 6 grueling, exciting, fun, sometimes not always relaxing days of racing. Headed south of the peninsula. Final finish being down in Cabo. As we see that broken UTV and a side-by-side back on course again. They didn't make it too far. I believe they got a little too much camber, not enough caster. In the left front, got it dialed in, and off and running they go. Got some race fans right out there. Up on the knoll, got the easy up. Got their Ford truck, just like Ford Performance. Out in the middle of nowhere. That's a truck you buy off the showroom floor and just goes to prove you what Brad Lovell's doing is working, because then you can go buy a brand new Ford truck off the showroom floor and then drive it out here into the middle of nowhere, and it's not easy to get to without any problems. Park it up there, get out your easy out in your cooler, and spend the day with the family watching races. So let's get to the tracker for a minute. Chase down a couple fun stories here, as there is Brad Lovell right there in his Ford Performance vehicle. Today in the navigation seat. So right now we are looking at Robbie Gordon out front. Behind him is Fox. Dave Nation Sr. a little bit farther back. Well, actually now it just changed, about a similar gap in between first and second and third. Then it seems to be like we have both the cops and the 1016 on the highway. So Eric Dern and the cops, they're on the highway. They're gonna get back into racing here soon. First UTV out of San Ignacio is PJ Jones. He has now left town, not on course, but on the road. Gonna be getting on the highway and heading to the next portion of the race course. Behind PJ Jones, the next UTV is still Max Gordon. Max Gordon's also on transit. So Max Gordon's still on transit, heading into San Ignacio, and will be parked there for 10 minutes. That is not 10 minutes, that is part of it. It's just, 10 minutes to go through the vehicle. I would have to think that most of the competitors would appreciate that. So at this point in time, it's hard to say if there's been ground gained in between those two competitors, Jones and Gordon. We'll check back in with them in a little bit. About everybody else here in a little bit, but our initial leaders now are, most of them are about done going south. They're about to start heading due north. Up through some little villages, San Jacinto, and more. They've got a ways to go, heading up north and very much east across the peninsula. I would imagine it's going to get quite a bit warmer as they get into the middle of the peninsula until they get out back towards the water again by the Sea of Cortez. The number 3, the 282, the 165, the 207 are back on course. Soon, Zach Langley. Sirens rocking and rolling. Kind of a slower, rocky section here for Mason. This has already been run through by Gordon and Fox. Starting to open it back up again. Fox is digging, as he has been for now 3+ days. So, Fox has just been phenomenal this whole entire 2025 NORRA here for NORRA's Baja. Not far, unless if there's been flaws in his run, if there's been any flaws, I don't know when they are. So there are another bug ready to come off the line. Blake Wilkie, man, he did some work last night. Might be wanting to take a cat nap behind the wheel today. They had to definitely, I don't know how much sleep. Maybe, you know what? Maybe they had a lot more sleep than I realized, and I'm just taking it over the top here. But I can tell you that as, I don't know, maybe 6 o'clock or so last night, 7 o'clock or so last night, he was way out on course with a lot of work to do. And here is Castro out of Ensenada. Look at that. Now I think we're starting to understand why he's won so many races. That old vintage vehicle, he has got just moving, really on the gas. There is, I believe that's Callie right there, Mike Perlman's granddaughter. Give him the 10 seconds. About to give the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Callie waving the arm, having a good time with it. There in the red vest. That is her boyfriend or partner there. Both first time down at NORRA, and both are absolutely loving what's going on here. That then makes 4 generations of Perlmans. Ed Perlman is the founder of this very race and of the National Off-Road Racing Association. If you ever wonder what NORRA stands for, that's what it is right there. And Ed Perlman started off the first race ever in 1967. Then Ed Perlman, years later, it was taken over by his son, Mike Perlman, my good buddy, one of my great friends. Love you, buddy. And Mike Perlman, then into Casey Perlman as well, who is here still working, but he is running a car this weekend, running a Meyers Manx, nonetheless. And then his granddaughter as well, Casey's niece, that is Callie. And Callie is here as the 4th generation Perlman, and down here with her boyfriend. So really special stuff. So here we are, camera spot number 2, about to move on to some of our cameras that we have further down, or I shouldn't say down because we're going across the peninsula today. We're not necessarily heading south anymore, are we? Not for a while yet. As there is the 835, everybody who is a competitor in this race needs to talk to the 835 and say, hey man, where did you get your stickers for your numbers? Who did your vinyl? Who did your name on the windshield, Hearn? Hey, Hearn, who did your number? And everybody run the same size. Because, man, that made my life easy. Don't even have to look it up. We know that was Hearn driving in the 835. Big fan of that guy's style right there. So here we are back on board with Donald Cerrone. These guys having a pretty respectable NORRA in the 214. Just listen to them dig for a second. Cerrone starting off 39th off the start line today. And what I do believe is our largest class out here. And arguably would have to be the most competitive. And that's Evolution Production Turbo UTV. That along with our Class 10, our UTV production in Class 10 as well. Those two have got to be the 2 biggest classes. Not got to be, they are the 2 biggest classes and got to be the most competitive. On the line, coming up, we're going to be seeing, I believe we're going to see one of our Meyers Manx cars. That should be coming up in the starting order a little bit. Oh, do you look right there? How's that? That's perfect. I believe we got ourselves a rad Ford Bronco. I mean, rad Ford Bronco. And then looking off in the distance right behind them, we have our Meyers Manx. So we're getting ready to go right now with that Ford Bronco. And there you see also Christopher Scott Reddish the start line. That is Christopher Scott Reddish on the start line helping out. And for Christopher Scott Reddish there, the man of many belts. I can tell you right now, buddy, I got mine dialed in yesterday, and you should see how good I look in it. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for the gift, my old friend. And there is another one of our single-seaters off and running. I do believe that is the... I'm looking right here all the way down. I want to make sure I've got my names right. And there is this Jeep. We've been following him all weekend long. We've seen some ups and downs for that vehicle this week for Tom Allen, but Tom just keeps on digging. And I'm not a big Jeep guy. I said it a couple days ago, but I'm a fan of that thing. I mean, that is just super trick. On board with Tom Allen right now. Super rad vehicle. If you were ever going to get my attention with a Jeep, this is how you do it. Really awesome stuff. As he is making his way through town here. Now we are on board. Well out into it, getting after it. And there is Callie sending off her uncle, Casey Perlman, in the Meyers Manx entry. Started off with Mike Perlman, the lead driver and driver of record for that car. So Mike Perlman, driver of record, his father started this race. He kept it going. He drove that race car in the beginning of this race, handed it off to his son to drive now in this section today so that his niece could wave the flag and get him out of here. Family affair right there. There's Callie. First time down here at NORRA and having a great time. So a family affair, 4 generations of Perlmans down here making it happen. I was out to dinner with Mike Perlman the other night. He says, Callie having a good time. He goes, oh man, she's having the time of her life. With her boyfriend right there in the red vest. So both of them really enjoying themselves, having fun. That's awesome. The Perlman family, what a family they are. And here is Art in his father's ashes. So let's talk about Art for a minute. Art yesterday, he's running with he's got King shocks in it. And he had not a shock go bad, but he had a shock tower, shock mount break. And then the bar going across from one to the other broke off the frame. And then that bar was just free floating. And then one of the reservoir bottles in the shock was bouncing off the outside of the floorboards of the truck. So they had to stop looking at that. That wasn't going to work. So they had to take the shock and everything completely out, nurse it over 60 miles to the finish, or not to the finish, but to where the next stop was, where they could get to Fab School. Fab School got underneath that thing last night. Well, they're still out on course, I believe. Got it all fixed up, fabbed it back together again, put his shock back in, got it back up and running. Very long. Imagine 60 miles. I'm not saying just, hey, the shock's not good, or we only got, it's old school. This one's not old school. We're saying we only got spring. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying didn't have a shock. Just no shock. 60 miles like that. Got it to Fab School. Fab School fixed it. He put the shock back in again. They're at the starting line right now and ready to go. So Art, 2 of his buddies, and his father's ashes. On their way down from San Ignacio, down south, then going east, then southeast again, and into Loreto. That is the number 400 of Art. We usually see Art around all day, every day, taking pictures. So Art in the number 400 vehicle. Getting ready to head on out. He is starting in the 131st starting spot. So was doing better than that, but after being down for hours yesterday, that certainly is going to make it more difficult for him. But nonetheless, when you got Pops riding along with you, there's nothing you can do but just keep on digging, because he's not going to let you give up. Not that he would. I'm not saying that at all, but there's only one answer, and that's fix it and keep on going. Now we're going through, which looks like a speed zone, seeing that he's going slow, and you see I see a stone-built, hand-built wall there, man-made. So let's get to the tracker and see just where Robbie Gordon is in the Riviera truck. I'll tell you, these guys out front are making quick work of this course. I mean, geez Louise. We're talking 184 miles. And unbelievable. I mean, well over halfway done already. Just making it happen. So my initial thing is, whereabouts are they on the course? And then I just got blown away by how far into the course they were. So now they are well on their way to heading slightly north, but very, very much east, going across the peninsula. They're a fat third of the way through across the peninsula on their trek to the east. And they have made it through now these are all little villages of San Ignacio. They are now in the village of, oh man, I can't pronounce that. Caramucha? Sometimes some of the things that come out of my mouth are just embarrassing. So digging along. He's about to be out of that section here in a little bit and get back on the gas again. It seems as though, we'll see once you get out of these speed zones, that right now Robbie Gordon is extending his lead beyond the 282. And here is the 1987 Toyota. Starting a little further back in the pack than they would like, but nonetheless running very well. Making it happen. As we hop on board with PJ Jones. And we'll take a look here on the tracker and see just where Mr. Jones is. So on board with PJ. I am looking for the 980 of Jones. There he is. Well off of the highway. making his way towards the Rio de Agua airstrip. And not far behind the 1464, making a little ground on it, if you will. And then the 77. I think it's right now, I think it's fair to say that Max Gordon may be making up a little bit of time on PJ Jones. At the rate that we're going, we're not going to see a physical battle in between these two, unless something that we don't want to see happens. We don't want to see any breakage. We don't want to see. I'm enjoying the race between these two guys, but I don't want to see any of them get a flat. I don't want to see any broken parts. I just want to see these two teams of PJ Performance and PJ Jones and Speed UTV and Max Gordon as two families that have grown up together, that love each other very much, that are good friends and even better competitors. I just want to see the two of them not have any problems and just race. Cat and mouse. And see what happens. That's what I want to see. And that's what they want to see too. I'm sure of it. So, still on board with PJ Jones. And I stand corrected. There's two Yamahas in the field. This next one, I thought there was only one. But apparently there's a ghost Yamaha. It's a Ghost-aha. And he is starting off. That's Steve Geist. Okay, yeah, we talked about Steve in day one. So Steve's coming off the line in number 137 off of the line today.
Otra marca de Starstream, Starlink, la misma.
And so for Kevin Johnson, listening down there in Raceland, in San Felipe, saying great job. Thank you, Kevin. I do appreciate that very, very much. I miss you, buddy. I do. And I'll tell you, for me, it's a different vibe not having you around. It certainly is, man. And I wish you're here, brother. And only you can understand that, and only you can understand that I am tired. Day 4 right now. I am drained. I am mentally blown out. And we're only halfway. So, and everyone down there in San Felipe at Raceland, one of these days I got to get down there and visit. I really do. So I'm looking forward to that. But Kevin Johnson, Kevin, just keep on watching, keep on zoning in, and I miss you, buddy. All right, so there we are, back to the 1987 Toyota. And there we are, I believe that was the 725, I do believe. So I'm looking at race numbers here. See who that was blowing by right there. Went by a little bit fast. But nonetheless, here is a great drone shot of early in the race. Only a few competitors left to come through this section. And then it is all done and we're moving on. It is only one special today, and that is Ugo up on his truck, I do believe. And Video Arte, our team out here doing a great job again today. Video Arte with Isaac on the ground, Jamie on the ground. We got Angel. He's down there at mile 11 as well. We got Franco, Francisco, Norman, Javier, all these guys out here having a great time with it. Now we're back to the starting line. All right, so awesome stuff as we get ready to come off the start here in just a little bit. There we go. The last few competitors leaving the line as Callie's about to send them on their way. And so these guys all out here working very, very diligently, easy for me to say, to get all the coverage and everything. As we are now and well into, for our leaders, well into stage or day 4, stage number 1 out of 1 for day 4. Robbie Gordon and the post truck, Fox, and all the fast guys out front are about halfway through today's stage already. Now we are hopping on board with Parker Lovell driving. Red Lovell in the right seat, just went by a UTV. More dust out in front of him in this Ford-sponsored vehicle. So out here just having a great time and working on technology for the future for Ford Performance of what we will have in our own street vehicles. So I find that to be very exciting. So it looks like the top 3 overall right now have gotten through the speed zones of those villages. Holy moly. Yes, they did. So we're looking at Gordon, Fox, Mason have gotten through them, those speed zones, and Gordon is dropping the hand. Yeah, flying as far. Now, granted, he's had a few more minutes to get up to speed coming out of the last village, especially above and beyond the Mason team. And so I'm gonna follow the tracker and see if my last now on board with Max Gordon. but I'm hoping that we are up and running and getting back after it again. And if we could, just to make life easy, please don't think I'm being unprofessional here, but just got to take a moment to make sure that we are dialed. Okay. All right. All right, folks. So I believe we had some technical difficulties. I'm hoping everyone can hear me now, and then we're back at it. All right, so my apologies, as we've got everything up and running there, and we've got some news coming in. It seems as though that I was told that number 3, which should be the Mark Post truck driven by Robbie Gordon, may have a flat or a tire going down or something, and that they were looking for somewhere to park or whatever to change the flat tire. They're still moving along decently. So we got a good shot of that. Look how beautiful that is. That is a Riviera truck, dust flying. That picture right there says off-road racing in Baja. How rad is that? Now, if that's a truck with a cut tire, and everyone else is in trouble for when all 4 tires are up and running. And I was just told that they have a problem. I don't know exactly what it is, but it looks like they're going to maybe stop and try to do that right now. Negative. We're still digging. All right, so I don't know what's going on exactly with the Riviera truck. Maybe nothing. I just heard word through the grapevine, and you know it's a pretty long grapevine from where they are to where I am, that there was trouble there, but it certainly doesn't seem that way as they keep on digging. And on the tracker, they are really moving out, almost not far off of getting back on Mexican Highway 3. So they are checking out on Fox and on Mason as we hop on board with Mason right now. Dave Mason Sr. looking real good. I tell you, if you look up the word consistent in the dictionary, oh, we got ourselves a battle royale side by side. About to swap some paint right to the wood right there. Absolutely wide open, standing on the loud pedal, y mano y mano. down that section right there as Blake Wilkie found himself a race out in the middle of nowhere. God bless his heart. Very good stuff. They were just hammering. And I can only imagine what the in-car radios sound like right there, but you know they're laughing and having a good time. And there is what I believe is Casey Perlman driving the Meyers Manx, number 9, entry of Mike Perlman. So they are driving along and doing very well. Mike Perlman is down in Loreto at the finish line. He got there yesterday or the day before yesterday, I believe, and has been down there anxiously awaiting for his car to get to the finish. As they are digging along, making it happen, we're on board with P.J. Jones. P.J. Jones still out in lead of our UTV class and overall UTV. Okay, so taking a look, Jones is through all the village speed zones. And it looks like has it. So Briggs got in front of Jones. So it looks to me that Briggs has gotten around Matthew Legg. He's gotten around Mike Honcho. He's gotten around P.J. Jones. Bob Briggs is having a great NORRA and is continuing to dig forward. Right now, Briggs and the cops team of Zach Langley are having themselves a physical battle. And if the tracker's right, Briggs just got around Zach Langley as well, or close to it. They're right on top of one another. Robbie Gordon in the number 3, whatever the problem was, if there ever was one, easily avoided or easily handled, and they are dropping the hammer. In the process of leaving everyone. All right, on board with George Hitt right now. As in a moment here, we're gonna get ourselves into, give ourselves an opportunity to speak to one of our race competitors. And as we're cruising along here with our race, we have an opportunity to speak with Donald Cerrone, Cowboy. And I'd love an opportunity to see if we can get down to him and try out some of our newest technology and see just how's that going. Donald, how's your race going for you, brother?
We're good. We have a couple good buddies of mine that are racing Baja for the first time. Really, this is like their second, third time in a car ever. So they're out driving, and Fast Felix and myself are kind of hopping in and driving little specials here and there. Actually, we're going to take fuel in the race car at about 140 miles in, and then Felix and I will jump in and finish over the GO Trail and come down into Loreto.
I tell you, all in all, you've got yourself a great plan together here. Tell me a little bit about, let me ask you this real quick. Getting this team together, coming down to race the NORRA and everything, how did that all come to fruition?
A buddy of mine called me, just sold his company, the one who's racing John, who's in the car right now. And he's like, I just sold my company. What are you doing? I bought a Can-Am. You want to go drive it? I said, man, funny thing, there's a race coming up. Why don't you guys go? And he's like, what do you mean a race? And so I kind of explained to him this whole NORRA situation, that it's you race during the day, and this would be a perfect opportunity for them to come out and just get in the car and play and enjoy point to point on the Baja. And they were all in. So, yeah, they bought everything they needed, came down here, got the chase vehicle, started an LLC, and here we are.
It's just that easy.
It's that easy when you just sell a company and have elephant ear pockets. Yeah, it's that easy.
Right on, man. Hey, well, I tell you what, it's an absolute pleasure getting a chance to talk to you here. Thank you so much for coming down here, and I know going to continue to spread the word of how great the NORRA race is, and we've been following you a lot, and we're going to continue to do that. But last question for me is, will you be in the car tomorrow?
I'll be in the car, yes, probably tomorrow and the second half of today. Probably whenever Felix pulls in to get gas at mile marker like 1:30, I think we're going to jump off the one, go meet him and gas. I'll drive the second half of that, and then tomorrow, yes, absolutely. So we shall see. But mainly it's these guys getting seat time and just playing in Baja, man.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
This is hands down the best race I've ever done. You get to race all day today, end up at cool places, get food, drink margaritas, and hang out with your friends.
Hey, I kind of lied to you a little bit. I got one more question. What's more? What I know that I kind of know the answer already, but compared on the scale of what's more of a rush, when you're in this car and you're just wide open, going through some hairy stuff, versus when you're in the octagon, what's more of a rush for you?
So probably in this car when you're wide open and don't know actually what's in front of you, and you get those oh shit moments. Like yesterday, we oh shit it up. So in an octagon, I know exactly what's happening. Like I don't know the outcome, but I know it's me against him, and worst thing is going to happen is I'm going to get knocked out. Here, worst thing I'm going to happen is I ain't coming home. You know what I'm saying? It's a big difference.
Yeah, that well said. All right, brother. Well, thanks so much for being here. We're pumped to have you. And we've been following you all the way down the peninsula, and we're going to keep following your team all the way down to the very end. And I'm looking forward to, with any luck, man, you and all the boys get up on stage as give you head to your trophy down in Cabo.
You got it, my man. We'll see you soon.
All right, brother. Nice work out there. Everyone, Donald Cerrone and his team, and they've been putting in a heck of performance from day one all the way now through midway through day number 4, as we're on board with that team right now. And I have to apologize. There's been times where we didn't know what driver was in and what driver was not. So I've been doing my best to try to figure it out right now. We're working that out a lot better. But either way, awesome team, great group of guys right there, and they're having an awesome time here at the 2025 NORRA Baja. For those of you just tuning in, folks, I'm Sean Cerrone, and we are midway through stage number 1 of day number 4. We left San Ignacio this morning. We are heading to Loreto, and we started off 4 days ago, all the way up north, just about an hour and a half south of the U.S. border. At Ensenada, made our way down to San Felipe. From San Felipe, we then cruised out to our next stop onto, now eventually through what is going to be arguably one of the funnest stops. Everybody loves going to Loreto. Look at the beautiful shot right there. You don't need to tell me where that is. They're at the finish lines where that camera crew is, and shooting off right there, and just really rad stuff. So either way, we're on day 4. And we've made it through several of the towns, went through Bay of Alay, you name it. We've been all over the place. We're not heading south of the peninsula right now. We are heading due east across the peninsula. And then we're going to head south into Loreto as our leaders are. Taking a look right now, Robbie Gordon in the number 3. They've made him in the 165, the 282, 207. They have all made it almost all the way across the peninsula. Robbie is about to get on highway number 1 and get into a transit for a little bit, but he is not far from the finish line. So quick work for those guys. Excuse me. as we continue on in the 165. He is in P3. Dave Mason still looking good, putting in a heck of a run. The 282 of Fox in front of him in P2. Behind them is the 207 of Cullen in the 4th spot. Now we're just creeping through some tight stuff here. Trying to see exactly what's happening. So that was Robbie Gordon. We're still very much on the race course. Just going through some real tight sections there. That truck just idling through. I'm not sure what's going on exactly, but we're about to find out. All right, so there we are now with PJ Jones on your left, Bill Zemek in his Jackal on the right. And I mentioned earlier today, I kind of took a shot in the dark. But, you know, when you get inland, it gets warm. That's the way that works. And so I would imagine that they're looking to get a little cool air in that car right now, and that's why you see hands up, dry it off the hands, maybe get a little air down the sleeves. You know, it's definitely warmer in the cab of these race cars than it is outside. But I would have to think the temperatures have risen once they get in there, and they're in the middle of the peninsula. Now back on board with PJ Jones. So now it looks like Max Gordon, which I think is still the second UTV. Yeah, and it looks like there's still the second UTV on course. And so every once in a while I gotta, and understand, folks, when I'm calling this race, it's me and me alone here doing this all day and trying to feed myself as much information and taking everything I can in from anyone that is sending me it, whether it's by a text or a WhatsApp, or I can't take a phone call. I don't have time to be texting back. I just read stuff and go with from there and kind of do my best to get my own homework. So sometimes I say some things that are a little bit crazy. So that was Mason right there as we're on board with him. But what I'm getting at is, and I know some of you might be getting sick of hearing it, but I'm trying to find the most interesting battles, no matter what class it is. And when I get back into all the bubbles on the tracker, it's very difficult to keep track of everyone. But so I continue to keep on with what I think is an interesting battle with our UTVs out front with PJ Jones and the speed UTV here of Max Gordon. And by kilometers, and by where they are, Max is now through all the speed zones. PJ Jones is digging as he's digging. And unless my tracker's lying to me, and I don't think it has so far, Max Gordon's gaining ground. He is gaining a significant amount of ground. Not enough, and I don't know how it's really possible, not enough to physically catch him in this stage, or today, I should say, if things continue on the way they are, but is more than just making a race out of it right now. I mean, he is digging. Speaking of digging, there is Cullen. Erica Sachs doing the navigation there. Hands down, one of the very best in the business.
Dip, check up. You have a dip up here, rocks both sides.
All right, so these guys, in the 207. Just coming up, about to take a 90-degree right-hander very soon. Start heading more southeast. Still behind Dave Mason Senior or Jr. Sorry, and Mason is behind Fox. Robbie Gordon should be pulling out onto Highway 1 right now and heading south for a little bit. So he has made quick work of the peninsula, but not just him, even though that was very impressive. He's not the only impressive one out there. The Fox team. Ooh, the Fox team. Now the tracker just changed big time. Big jump. Another big jump. Okay, so the Fox team and the Mason team still, excuse me. Sorry, that one snuck up on me. They're still chasing each other very closely. They have also made quick work of the peninsula. And is not far off of getting on Highway 1 with Robbie Gordon. Robbie Gordon is now clicking along about 1,000, 2,000 meters down Highway 1 right now. Stuff here. There we are on board with the Riviera team. And it's so funny to say the Riviera team, but yet be talking about Robbie Gordon. And granted, you know, Rob McCagran, it's easier to say because at least, you know, he drove for the Riviera team, or drove for Mark Post, I should say, at one point years back. So it makes a little more sense, but I never thought I'd see the day where I was saying Robbie Gordon driving for the Riviera team. But today is that day. Sadly, I will say that Scott Bailey, who had been running such an excellent race, who had really been doing an awesome job, is now everyone's okay. Don't worry, everybody's safe. It's now no injuries, no nothing, just mechanical. But Scott Bailey, apparently, I'm getting a message here saying that he is out of the race. I did not know that. Thank you for that information. As we are headed along with our leaders down the highway. Now we're on board with Bill Zemek. All right, so Zemek in the 935 started off earlier today in what position? Not quite where he wanted to be, I know that. Not as far up the order, I should say anyways, that he'd like to be. Yeah, well out of the top 20. So he started 59th off the line today. So not having the NORRA that he wants, because he's one of those guys that can be a front runner without a doubt, especially in that amazing Jackal car. Now we're on board watching PJ Jones do his thing. We are moments away from Brent Fox and Mason Jr. getting out onto Highway 1 as well. Collins in the 207, not far behind. Zach Langley and Cops, same thing for him. Tailing behind the Collins. And then we get into the 1016 behind the Cops vehicle of Eric Durham. Eric Durham out here in the Evolution pre-run buggy class. After that, we hop into the 829 of Bob Briggs, Historic Truck and Truggy, second in class behind the Mark Post team. And looking quite good right now in the 829. .829 is 7th overall physically right now for today's race. He's followed up by the first UTV of PJ Jones. On board with Max Gordon, doing what he does. Let's just listen in on that bad boy. Great shot of them coming out of some of the mountain areas. All you see is nothing but dust out there. That drone give you the best footage as possible. Then we get back on board with the 214, covering John LaHoff again. That is the team that Cerrone is on as well. That interview just moments ago, talking to him, I thought I knew what I was talking about. And once again, I proved to myself that if I was half as smart as I thought I was, I'd be dangerous. But I thought for sure when I asked Cowboy Cerrone what gave him more of a rush, being in the octagon or being in the race car, I thought he was going to say the octagon. But I guess that's just because I've never done that before, and the thought of that scares the bejesus out of me. Locked in a cage like that. I don't know. I'll go 140 miles an hour in a trophy truck and not think twice about it. But I'm not getting in that cage with you, bro. That's a hard no. As here we are. I believe that is Bob Briggs. And I believe I got the names right. But either way, I know that is our second. Coming in hot. Getting what he needs. About to roll out. Back up the bus just a hair. I guess that's kind of the best way to be able to do that big, because you can't fit just before there wasn't any room. Now I think we're back on board with Bob. Fresh fuel, rocking and rolling. And we look like we've got one with no body panels. So, and once again, we don't know for sure, but I'm feeling as though that might be Mike Honcho. And we've got some people running down course to him. Kind of parked off to the side. And that would be, now, I don't know because I can't see. There's no body panels on it. So Matthew Legg in the 1464, that's who I think it is. Don't hold me to it. Nobody panic. It looks like everything's okay at the time. It kind of looks like he broke and pulled off to the side. But from, and a lot can change in the last 100 miles or so, but from what I know, that's the only vehicle that left the line with no body panels on it. And that's a truck that's sitting there with no body panels on it. And so the drone right now is on Zach Langley in the 250 with the cops mobile. So the cops getting after it, Zach Langley. Always running up front. No big surprise there. Great shot. It's really awesome what some of the drones can give us. And seeing these shots off from a distance like this are great when I know who they are. You know, so this year, it's a whole new deal. In years past, we would chase a vehicle like this without knowing who they are, and that's not as fun. So there we are, Matt Legg. All right, I feel better. We know that my buddy Matt Legg, I love this guy and his family. They're good people. They're fun people. They love to laugh. I'm just real happy to see that they're just changing the tire. I had concerns that maybe we did another little pirouette and some change and happened to land off in the pucker weeds, but that's not what happened. Just need to change a flat. And that tire wheel not coming off as easy as planned. As that tire and wheel just land on the back of his leg. Didn't feel very good, but adrenaline's flowing and he's just sucking that up. This tire and wheel not wanting to come off due to a combination of a few things. One being, it's been on there a while, taking a pounding. Two being, who knows what got bent up when he decided to go full-on freestyle motocross yesterday. And he did an aerial spread. But right now, this is a great shot of how things happen out in the desert when things are not going your way. Matthew Legg having a great run so far, and it's not over yet. He's got an idea. He's going to get in and try to jar that thing loose. Trying to jar it loose a little bit. So great shot. I'm just going to be quiet for a minute. Let's listen into their strategy here of how we're going to get that off, because that truck has taken a pounding in the last couple of days. So that truck having some struggles, trying hard to get that wheel off. And like I said, that truck has taken more of a pounding than Mike Honcho has after a book signing. Oh, cactus stuck to the elbow. That's no fun. That just got kicked up. When he did that move right there, kicked that cactus up into his arm. And now we're leaving this action here and hopping on board with Brad Lovell. With, I think it's his son, I believe, driving. And Brad navigating today in the right seat. Moving around along at a very respectable clip in that Ford Performance Machine. In the 766 Evolution showroom stock late model. So they are doing a great job. It's so impressive what these Ford showroom stock vehicles can do. Because this is not the first water crossing that we've got to see. Because these guys, you know, they're out here in the showroom stock machine. This is not the safari class. This is the race course, and they're in the real deal Holyfield. Making it happen coming up. Some of our local race fans even got a palapa set up there. In the 766, Brad and family and team making it happen. So now we go back to Bob Briggs, I believe it is. After getting some fuel, I'm pretty sure that's who I'm looking at right there in the historic truck and truggy class, running P2. My class started off the line in 10th spot. Truck sounds healthy. Sounds good. We haven't listened in too much on Bob Briggs, and I'm happy we are right now. Things sound real good. Everything sounds as it should, and they are digging forward. Quick gas stop and moving on. We've gotten to double the action here of Bob Briggs doing what Bob Briggs does, and that's make his way through the desert with ease so far. Very great performance. Matthew Legg trying to get things fixed up. He does. He's off. Stopped in, got a change of tire, kicked some cactus up on somebody, got it stuck in their elbow, and off he goes. All right, so Mike Honcho himself back up and running. I'm going to dip over to the tracker as we listen in on Bob Briggs here. So right now on the highway, about to get off, we have Robbie Gordon in the third, number 3 vehicle. He's in first. He's back on course. He's off Highway 1. Fox is about to drop down off the highway. Right now, they're doing it. They are back on race course. And here we are on board with Trevor Glidden, still going at Trevor Glidden's pace, which is good enough to keep him in second place by class. Collected. Now we've got Gordon back on course. Fox back on course. Masons, they're on course. They've gone through the highway section. Jack Langley coming off, getting on the highway right now. Now we're back on board. Rock's flying, got one on the hood, got it in the cab. Now we got a rock down in the cab of the truck. Probably doesn't care. It looked to me, I know for a fact that Brent Bauman unstrapped to get down and get that. before it felt where it did, but now we're just going to go with it. We're almost to the end for these guys. Here we are, still digging along with the post team with Robbie Gordon on as we hop on board with Mason. He just got off the highway, off Highway 1. He is now back onto the race course. See that dust up in front of him? That means he's not too far from Fox, who's in front of him. These sections right here where it's fast, but yet it's kind of tight. I would have to think that that Mason vehicle is the hot setup compared to the long, unlimited chassis of the historic truck, and now we're on board with the 282 of Brent Fox. His pace makes me want to go to the tracker. See what's happening. Well, they're on course. I'm curious what's happening. I'm looking to see. I don't believe they're in a speed zone. Perhaps there's an issue there that we don't know of. And I will continue to say, and I've know I told you before, I'm giving you the news as quickly as you see it, as quickly as I see it. We see it together as a team. So we are still digging along here. Robbie Gordon about to get back on Highway 1. On board with Max Gordon. Excuse me. Max digging along good. Robbie Gordon almost back up on the highway again. Right now, unless the tracker updates on me, and it has before, and it's giving me new news quickly. Okay, I thought Masons were catching Fox a little quicker than they are. Fox had slowed down, but it looks like they're back to speed right now. I hope if there was a problem, they have remedied it, and they're moving on. They have, as we hop back on board with Fox. We're back up to speed and jamming. We have right now the Cullen team is on the highway. Dak Langley, the cops right behind them on the highway. The 1016 of Eric Duran on the highway. The 829 about to get on the highway of Bob Briggs. Great run for Bob. Robbie Gordon about 3,000 meters from finishing up this section and getting back out on the highway again. Getting back on Mexican Highway 1. Going to be on that for a bit until we dip off and head to the finish. So, on board with Fox. Right or left? We're going to go up the middle. There we go. It's going to be a left. 50-50 shot. It's a tight area to come through with some of these bigger trucks. These Evolution 6100s. Versus some of the larger unlimited trucks. I love how the terrain changes, which makes some areas much better for one vehicle than it does for the other. They all have their time to shine. Slow creeping area through here for the Mark Post machine, driven by Robbie Gordon. Brent Bowman coming in the navigation seat. He has done nothing shy of amazing things, all NORRA and for his whole career in navigating. The guy's awesome at what he does. He's a master of his craft. We haven't paid attention to these vehicles too much, going through the slow stuff. A lot of dust right there. Now we're back on board with PJ Jones. PJ Jones clipping along. Jones. So right now, Jones about to all right, there he is. He doesn't know we're watching him. That is Mike Perlman right there. Mike might be listening along. But Mike Perlman, his father, I know we've talked about this, his father Ed, started this race out back in 1967. Mike has continued on the action for many years for us. And he and his family are now 4 generations in, with his granddaughter Callie being here as his son. Casey Perlman has been a big part of keeping the race going as well. And now we've got, for the first time down here, his granddaughter Callie, only about 22 years old or so. And she is very much now got herself involved, and we'd love to see that. So I don't know if Mike knows we're talking about him or not, but NORRA would not be NORRA without Mike Perlman, and it wouldn't even exist without his father, Ed Perlman. And so thank you so much thank you to the entire Perlman family. Those of you that are able to be down here making the race happen, those of you that are home keeping things in order at home, thank you all so much. We would not be able to go racing the way we do without you. I love you guys. All right, now we're on board with Franz Muir. On one of the concrete section here where the water flows through when they do get flash floods and rain. Has a great drone shot right there. Robbie Gordon back on the highway again. Probably only going to be a couple more minutes before he dips down into the last section. It's 12:37. 3 hours and 37 minutes is what it's take for him to cover almost all of the ground, which is 184 miles. So that's moving. That is on the gas right there. Shot off into the distance there. One of our drones continue on to give us some great stuff. And looking to see what that vehicle is off in the distance, as we got one of the race teams parked there. And that might even be, I was going to say, we might even have had Fab School there for a moment. Slideways, backing it in, getting into some dust, pointing and just stabbing the throttle. What a beautiful shot that is with the cat. I mean, that's Baja, man. Just that big, gnarly truck, cactus everywhere, dust in the air, and just hold the skinny pedal right down to the floor. On board, Dave Mason Jr. The 156. Other than a flat tire, not far of this flawless. That flat tire happened yesterday. The rest of the time, these guys have been digging. A NORRA champion. A NORRA winner. With a very good possibility of winning himself another overall. He's got himself in a perfect position as he has put a couple of bullseyes out. One of those bullseyes being on the Mark Post team, the other one on the Fox team. It's like the Fox and the Hound, if you will. And the Hound is Dave Mason Jr. Great shot of the finish line there. Right on the Melicon. Beautiful, beautiful setting in Loreto. In a different NORRA for me. Normally, I am on a puddle jumper. I'm at the start line most days, puddle jump to the finish line every day, and run it down to the very end. Being here in Ensenada all week, and as I am in the bowels of the Villa Marina Hotel in our studio. Different NORRA here for myself, but I'm able to get a lot more coverage, it seems like. So it's working well. I'm lonely. I'm kidding. I'm having a great time. As Dave Mason on your left, Rhett Fox on your right. And please, everyone, don't mind my silly comments. It's a long 4 days sitting here in the basement of the Villa Marina Hotel on the solo tip. Sometimes I feel myself getting a little crazy. I'm like a lion in a cage, if you will, because I don't sit still very well. And I'm stuck here in a chair, pacing around my cage, ready to pounce, just as some of these competitors are. Meanwhile, I do believe, and I'm correct, we are just minutes from our lead car physically of Robbie Gordon to get back out onto the race course for the last and final section of racing. Brent Fox and Dave Mason. We have seen this battle going on for now almost 4 full days. On board here with Brent Fox again. As we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. Not a whole lot of race course left for our lead competitors. Making their way through a lot of man-made stuff on the right and on the left. Hopping back out on the highway here. As we are about ready to switch on over and see exactly what's going on with our next lead vehicle, which is going to be the post machine, Robbie Gordon. I'm going to take a moment, listen in on this. I'll be right back with you in just a moment. Riviera team out in front, not far from the finish. I'm talking real close. More than halfway through the very last section as they're about to come into town and get into a speed zone here. Where all of our safari classes and our two-wheel classes are all awaiting the finish. Robbie Gordon digging through the desert in that Riviera truck, built by him in the early mid-90s, sold to Mark Post in 1994. Post and Gordon and McCachran, Raglan, all those guys, fierce competitors. There's Pastor Marquis in the 179, still dropping a hammer. Get you some, Kyle. Get you some. All of the top dogs from back in the day, just fierce competitors now coming together as a powerhouse team. And it shows as they are out in front. Robbie Gordon behind the wheel today. Right now, we have PJ Jones. A little more highway to go, about to drop back in. Right getting on the highway is Max Gordon, who I feel confidently by saying is physically catching him. As long as everything stays good for both drivers, and that's what we need. We need no problems, no flats, no mechanicals from either one of those drivers, from either camp. So we can see exactly who the who's who is here. He's not going to catch Jones today, but is making up some big ground. Here we are back on board with Art and his buddies, bringing his father's ashes on down. Yesterday, some big mechanical issues got them fixed. Fingers crossed they have a smoother day 4 than they had for day 3. Look at that gnarly rock section for the 33. That 33 buggy working hard, making its way south. Now we're on board with Brad Halco. Halco continuing to work very diligently, make his way down to Loreto. Whenever you can see dust off in front of you there, it's got to give you a little more oomph to be like, hey, we're heading the right direction. We're doing what we need to do. We're in the mix. We're in the race. We're doing good. And he's catching that dust pretty quickly. Got Halco in the 1103 production turbo UTV class and that speed UTV. Thing is performing very, very well. Looking good, Jason Dusk. Now we switch over on the highway here with Max Gordon. I don't know what kind of communication he has with his team, but I feel that he is physically making his way towards being lead UTV. I don't think it's going to happen today, but he's making up. I think he had just shy of 10 minutes. I think he had to make up on PJ Jones. Robbie Gordon back on the last and final speed section. He's about to come into town. Ultimately, his job is done for today. And as far as it looks like right now, what a performance he has put in. There's some of the guys with the Glidden team. Just calm, smooth, being smart about what he's doing. Trevor Glidden still holding down second place by class, and not a bad run overall, not far off of 20th, maybe even better today. Trevor Glidden has been running flawless at his own pace and at a smart pace, and it's going to give him an opportunity to get up on stage and beat when we get down in Cabo, I do believe. And that's ultimately what you want, not because you want to see me. You want that trophy. Right? I believe that was one of what we've seen so far, two of our Triple Deuce team, the 222. Looking out of the back of Trevor Glidden as he's looking at some of his chase team back there, saying everything's good. They're giving a point this way, this way, this way. Glidden still performing like a champ. Not overdoing it, not underdoing it, just staying consistent. And some would argue that when you're down here and you're racing against the desert, because let's face it, that's what you're doing. You're racing against Baja more than anything else. That Glidden's plan to do it the way he is might just be the better plan. We are only a couple turns to go as we are coming in this year into Loreto from the north driving south. Normally we're coming from the south and driving north towards the finish, so they're doing it in the opposite direction this year. He's got one more turn to go, and we should just about be able to see him at the finish line. So hopefully with any luck, we'll be able to get him right as he comes to the finish line, grab an interview with him, throw it in the tank, and send it out. So we are probably about 60 seconds, or actually less than that. We're seeing Riviera number 3. Robbie Gordon at the last and final checkered flag of the day here for this super long special stage on day number 4 from San Ignacio down to beautiful Loreto. And there we have it, folks. That is physically your fastest vehicle today across the line. Rob McCaffrey did it yesterday. Robbie Gordon did it today. Mark Post did it on day 1. Larry Ragland set a feed time on day 2. This is the who's who when it comes to Hall of Fame. Look at the big smile on his face. Man, that's got to feel good. Sitting there talking to Sherry Paxton. Sherry works directly for Robbie Gordon and helping out with this NORRA race. Sherry and Ginger and Robbie, all wonderful people. I spent about 10 years of my life working full-time directly in that camp. And some awesome stuff right there. Would have been a rad time to get him on the mic right there. There it is. I can hear the voice of George with Starstream, so he is right nearby. There's Armando right there with Starstream as well across the way. So we've got all the people and all the pieces we need. So, and there is Mark Post. He's got to be quite happy with that performance as well. All right, and with any luck, we're going to get an opportunity to get that interview right now. As I see right there is George. He is there and ready to rock and roll. Let's throw it down to George.
This vehicle back then, does it feel good to be driving it?
Yeah, we drove it at Parker, and this truck was made for Baja. My dad and myself, we spent a ton of time down here and spent a bunch of time with this truck down here, and it loves Baja roads, so it was really, really good. And Mark's taken the truck and done a wonderful job with it for the last, call it 25 years, and it's been awesome.
Yeah, it has.
Hey, buddy. Good job.
Thank you.
Nice to see this truck come across the finish line with the OG, huh?
Yeah, and we tried to put together a team that represented the legacy of Riviera, and it started with Robbie Gordon building the truck, and Robbie has driven with me in races, Larry Ragland, obviously McCachran, Larry Ragland. So we put together the legacy team, and the Black Diamond still goes.
We had a few people commenting in, Robbie, today about how the Black Diamond sounds, the uniqueness of it, all that stuff. I don't know what to say. Everybody just keeps saying, "Damn, it's so cool."
Yeah, I know it's cool. Like I said, the fastest we saw was 141. Heading down into San Juanico. So, it runs good. And like I said, what Mark's taken and done with the truck since I had it, it's impressive. And obviously, they've tuned on it and worked on it, and it's really good.
So give me a little bit of a background on the history of off-road and how NORRA is right now, right? You have a legacy truck that's 30 years old. You were able to drive it today with Mark's permission, but you've driven other new stuff as well. So give me how that is different and why NORRA is different, and you can race these legacy vehicles at NORRA.
Well, I got to be honest, and I'm not being biased because I'm a partner in the NORRA organization, but NORRA, I believe, is the best race out here. And the reason why is it's not a one day, you go out there and you throw all you have at it. If you have one small problem, you're done. Here at NORRA, you've got 6 days to make it up. You got 6 days to also make a mistake as well. And, the races are 250 to 350 miles long each day, or stage transfers. And it allows the teams to really build camaraderie and competition. We go from not having any hotel rooms at Bay of LA to the Mission Hotel here in Loreto, and we're going to go to beautiful places like what Mark built, in Cabo from here, and it's awesome. We start in Ensenada and we work our way down, and it's a great event. And I think Alceo and the whole team do a wonderful job. We've got a lot of volunteers that come and help us, but this race is what it's all about. And I think Mike Perlman and Alceo started this and brought this back, and I'm just lucky to be a part of it.
Well, would you agree with that statement? Because you couldn't assemble this dream team, Mark, if you didn't have those 6-7 days.
Well, I did the first NORRA, and I've done all but one in 15 years. And when I did the first one, I actually did it with Roger Norman and Larry Rossler in the old Duralast truck. But I saw this format, and I went, oh my God, this is the greatest. All daytime driving, our crews are safe on the highways. Yep. We meet at the end of each day, camaraderie, team bonding, and there's a reason why they named it the happiest race on earth, because the Baja 1000, as he knows well, they drop that flag, nobody stops except for fueling tires. So this is a fantastic format. I've spent a lot of time with Mike the last 2 days and going through all the history of how this got started, and it's great that Rob's involved now, and it's going to continue on.
I don't disagree with that. And then the continuation of it, the last thing I was going to ask you, Robbie, before I let you guys get some water, is we all got to ride in this nostalgic truck with you today. Technology has given us the opportunity to be able to showcase all of this cool stuff.
Well, George, what you've done, and the whole team, everybody that has put this production show together, I want to thank you guys. It's definitely on par with the best off-road so far, and I know that we've been talking. We got a couple more ideas to just little tweaks here and there, but you guys are doing a wonderful job, and I think can't say enough about Elon and being able to come up with Starlink that allowed Starstream to happen. And now we get to show everybody what used to be the best kept secret in racing. Everybody's seeing it now, and it's a cool thing.
Yeah, let's go. Well, thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Back up to you, Sean.
Excellent job down there, brother. Well done, and you're right. You nailed it. Right on the head, man. I feel like I've been riding along in that truck and other vehicles, for the last 4 days, and I hope everyone listening at home has the same feeling that I do. Granted, I'm sitting here with massive screens in front of me, and I'm looking at 2, 4, 6, 8, sometimes 10 cameras at once, and so I've got a lot of stuff coming at me, so I feel like I'm really on board with these guys. But just amazing stuff. And how about the story there, though? As I've been talking about it, I think the story hits differently, and it hits better. Thank you for the adjustment of that camera. I do appreciate that. But I think it hits better when it's coming from Robbie and it's coming from Mark. I'm just some dude, right? That's it. I'm just some dude from Massachusetts that loves racing, and I've been lucky enough to get very, very involved in the last, 10, 12, 15 years. But that Mark Post and Robbie Gordon, they are off-road, right? And so to hear that coming from them, I know it hits different from me. And I imagine it does from you guys as well. And you can tell, what they're doing is really from the heart, and they absolutely love doing it. So, speaking of from the heart, Brent Fox, man, all heart, and all go. Just absolutely just jamming. Unless there's mistakes that we're not seeing, I mean, dude has just been running flawless. The Fox team has been absolutely amazing in the 282. And other than one flat, which is at nobody's fault, and we talk about Dave Mason Jr. I mean, these guys are awesome at what they do. Look at them right there. Helmets off. Smile on. Dave Mason Jr., he's a rad dude. And I'll tell you, he is a master of his craft. In that craft of building race cars and driving off-road race cars. Unbelievable. So there is Pam Hall. She is getting some footage and things that we need for our NORRA website. And we are going to be hitting George up again in a little bit to get some interviews in the can here for all of you at home and for me as well to learn a little bit more about what's going on. There is the Treehouse team. So they had to change a tire. Now they're getting another spare put on in case it happens again. I can kind of see where they are on course. They're doing real good. They got a ways ahead of them yet, but not bad. Strapping on another spare. These guys, if you want to race, follow a team, follow these guys. They're racing for ALS. I'm going to follow George, as George down below with Brent Fox. Just kidding. Just kidding, apparently. And you know what? I didn't like those orange cones either. They seemed like they were giving us kind of attitude. And the Treehouse team feeling the same way, saying, the heck with those cones. I think they were talking a little crap. We're going to fix them up. We're not taking any attitude out here in the desert. So now, still cruising along as our drivers are getting out of trucks, getting ready to rock and roll. We are going to get that interview, I promise you. just taking a moment as we see a lot of the chase teams and everyone here and having a good time with some of the locals, some of the racers, teams following along. And now, this time, I did a dry run. Now we know we're ready. George, tell me what's going on down there with Mr. Fox.
And Norra got your back today. You got a little bit of bushes and cactus in there?
Norra got the best of us today. Yeah, we had a couple excursions out there. Bring in Kevin here in the picture. We got off course just a little bit just during that last couple miles, and had to bushwhack just a little bit. Got a couple of cactuses in the cab with us, and that always just lets you know you're nice and awake and alive.
Keeping everybody awake, Kevin?
Trying to, man. The road said stay straight, and there was a cone on the side of the trail. If we would have went right, it would have been a hard 90-degree right. And then all of a sudden we went straight, and about 1,000 feet later we were in the ocean and the course was to the right. So I didn't understand the keep straight note. It made absolutely no sense because we kept straight.
It's kind of crazy, right? It like makes me think the first thing is you want to use the trophy truck as a jet ski?
Yeah, sometimes. No, I want to thank Kevin here. If it wasn't for Kevin, we wouldn't be down here running this race. He put everything together, jumped in. Co-Dog Cody, my co-pilot, he got sick and had to get out partway through the day. Kevin jumped in, done a great job, got us here to the finish. We just had a decent day. We logged a bunch of miles, and we're just a little bit closer down to the finish. And so it's tomorrow's going to be a big old long day, and really looking forward to that.
So give us an understanding of the storylines that unfold during the race, Kevin, because you're not just taking care of the GPS, you're taking care of the driver, your Dr. Phil, so to speak, in the seat, making sure everything stays calm there. It's really difficult to be in that position.
Oh, it's super difficult, especially when you get the call on the radio like, hey, I'm sick, I need you to jump in. And I'm sitting here eating beef sticks at 20 minutes before I get the call to jump in, and then it's scrambling to make sure you got all your gear, and then he's already warmed up and ripping, and you're trying to get your speed back, so you can judge the corners and judge the cautions. And so you got to really jump in and pay attention and just over communicate. And then the speed zones today, there was a lot of speed zones, and so it was like you got to get back on the pipe and you got to watch it. And without being warmed up on the highway, being the first guy in the truck in the morning, like, I'm ready to go now, 60 miles, like, all right, now you're warmed up,
All right, I got two questions for you then. What flavor of beef stick first?
Well, it's the Archers, 100% grass-fed, because I've been on carnivore training for the past 4 months and lost 65 pounds to be able to do this race because Brent offered me a chance to ride in a truck, and I haven't done that in about 10 years.
So all of that is a great storyline to follow. But first we're going to ask, because you said there was a lot of transit stages. Does that mean that you guys can take a deep breath, Brent?
You know what, actually it is. They're actually kind of nice to kind of catch your breath. You know what, sometimes you just jump in the truck and everything falls in place and you got the rhythm. Other times, you might blow a corner or something like that and something distracts you and you just kind of get out of sync with everything, and it kind of takes you a little bit to get back in. So coming into those transit sections, a lot of times that's a nice little break to kind of catch your breath, all that stuff. And a co-pilot's got many hats he's got to wear. He's got to be a mechanic. He's got to be a psychologist. He's got to keep you on course. And so there's a lot of different things they have to deal with. The emotions of a driver. 1 minute you're high, you're higher and high, and the next minute you blow a corner, you screw up, or somebody passes you, you're lower and low. And so a co-pilot, they got a lot of things to do and keep that driver focused and go in the right direction. And the biggest thing is the big picture in mind. You know what? Here we got all these stages, and them are great and they're a lot of fun. We're kind of looking towards the end goal, and that's where we want to end up.
Yeah, I agree with that. And along with that same comment, Kevin, you just talked about making sure that you're fit. It's not just your body. Like, going through that and making sure that you're doing all of the mental stuff to keep everything calm is one of the most important things in the vehicle.
Oh, 100%. Like I said earlier, I didn't know I was getting in today. Cody was riding, and so to do the mental shift on the fly is a lot of work, especially when you've been out of the truck for a while like me and not a seasoned guy anymore.
Well, way to go with the muscle memory, dude. Good job, boys.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Back to Sean.
Excellent stuff down there, and this race is not about me, but that's a funny story about him losing 65 pounds because he needed to get into the truck and to race with Brett and getting on that protein diet. Years ago, I wanted to be in the car, with Robbie, and Robbie said, yeah, you can. I know you got the ability to do it. We can make that happen. But I was clocking in about 260 pounds. And he's like, dude, you need to be down to like 210 or I'm not letting you in the car. And I did the same thing. And he made me get on a scale at the shop in Anaheim. And I clocked in, I think, at about 211. And I looked at him, I was about to cry. And he's like, dude, you're in. And so, and then long story short, I kind of found out that he wasn't really worried about my weight. He was worried about my health. And just wanted a way to get me to lose weight. And it worked. So he made me healthier, got me in the car. And so long story short, thanks for being sneaky, Robbie, and getting me healthier. And so all in all, it worked. And it worked for his co-driver there as well today for Brent Fox. So these guys feeling up. This is the team of John LaHoff, the same team we talked to earlier with Cerrone. Quick fuel. Fix that up quick. And they're going to be off and running. So looking to see who got in the car there. I like getting the footage of these pit stops here. If anybody is out there and is listening in on the coverage right now, I would love to know who just got into the vehicle as a driver. The LaHoff team, because I feel like I've had it wrong a few times, even though we're trying hard to get it right. So if there's anybody out there that knows who just hopped in, because I didn't get to see, let me know. Any little bit of information is good information. All right, so Treehouse team raced for ALS, had a flat, got that changed, got a new spare put on the back in case that happens again, but it won't because I got a good feeling for you guys. You're going to be good. See them go by the screen. They're rocking and rolling. And we are back to seeing who was getting in the car. So I've got our camera crew going to hop over and talk to the 214 team and see just who's getting in the car there. I don't know why I didn't think about that 3 minutes ago. Look at that big, fast, sweeping right-hander. That looked like a fun one right there is our drone. Getting in a lot of the coverage right there. As we're zooming in. So it looks like Cerrone's telling us ends up being told right now by our camera crew that it is Donald Cerrone is in the car now. And apparently getting more adrenaline flowing through this than he is when he is in the octagon. So pretty awesome stuff right there. Now coming to the line. To the finish line, I should say. There is Ginger, there is Sherry.
Thank you.
Good time. Really fun.
Matt Cullen, the team of Matt Cullen, now to the line. With Erica.
Really fun. Yeah, fast. We're super fast.
Zach Langley and the Cops team about to hit the line as well. The finish line, that is.
Forgot about the time card. Thank you.
Great race for him. So there is the Cullen team. They are pulling off. As we're still on board with Cullens. There's the Mesa car parked off to the side. And then we've got the 829 not far off from finishing up their portion of the race. That is Bob Briggs. Great run for Bob. He's finished up last portion. He's going to be pulling up onto the highway in a little bit. And then our first UTV is about to get off the highway on Highway 1, get back on course here shortly. That is PJ Jones still. PJ Jones is followed by the 464 and the 2020. The 464 of Matthew Legg having trouble here and there, end over end, then a flat tire, then can't get it off, then shot some cactus up on some dude, and is still physically running great. Then the 2020 of Bobby Patton after him, and the Jimco fastball pre-runner, looking real good. Next one after that will be the second UTV across the line if things keep on going, and that is Max Gordon. On board with Brad Lovell. Driver of record, but he is in the right seat today, as this has been the longest single stage with only one special of the day. 184 miles from start to finish. 184.20 for those of you that want to get exact. So there's a shot of Zach Langley. He has made it. The 250 pulled in parked. Coming in hot. That is our pre-runner buggy. They are having a blast. The 1016 right there. Eric Duran just having a blast. Look at it, all smiles. And having an absolute blast there. So big smiles. Having a good time. Thumbs up, smiles from Miles from that team. And the 1016, they're having themselves a really, really good NORRA. Eric Duran. Running well and having a blast out here. So now we'll be checking in a little while here. I know we're going to get a bunch of interviews yet. And we're back to some of our UTV action, the number 51.
Here we go.
Number 51, they had a flat somewhere along the lines. They're going to get rid of the old tire, throw on the new one. That is Joe O. Joey O. Get rid of the old one, fire on the new one, lock it in. So this is the second UTV we've seen go through this program right here in the same area. So we've seen 2 tires changed here. We've seen a little bit of fuel here. We saw a driver change with Cowboy Cerrone also getting in here. So you see the 51 about ready to head back out. So we see all these guys having driver changes, getting spares handled. They're not that far off from the finish line. They've got 2 sections and 1 highway section left to go. So they are digging along real good. And we had an opportunity now to get with the Sachs. That is Erica Sachs and her father. So let's head on down and get all the action there. Erica, your navigating is amazing. I've been having a blast.
Father, daughter, Chuck Sachs, Erica Sachs. How's things going today?
Today was a little adventurous. It was fun. We lost brakes at the first corner, and then he just had to pump them all day.
So we were wondering, because we go, oh, everybody's been doing so good making this corner. And Sean was talking about on the live stream, this corner is awesome. Everybody's doing so great. Instantly, Chuck blows it.
Well, it's hard to check up when you don't have any brakes. Pedal went all the way to the floor, and we just
We were both passengers for a second, and then we pumped him back up, made the turn, and got back on course.
How is that, like knowing that you have a soft pedal?
Well, a couple corners came with like pump the brakes. All right, let's go.
And then it just comes back and you're good to go?
Yeah, I just asked him like, hey, check the brakes. We got a tight section coming, and that's what he did, and he made it happen. He drove really well.
So Pam Hall interviewed you guys a couple days ago. You guys have been switching back and forth with Matt Cullen, and there was a little bit of emotion the other day, which is really cool to see father and daughter, you know, getting out there and racing. How did it feel today? Are you guys getting the groove? Is it still, you know, new?
No, I think we really started to figure things out today. I started to figure out the truck. I come from a buggy background, so the truck driving's a bit new for me. But we clicked really well together. Everything happened pretty well. We made a couple of mistakes at the end down there that cost us a little bit of time, but it was nothing major. So I'm really pleased with how Erica's come along, and man, she's like money in the seat.
There was a few compliments that came in today. If there's anybody that you want in the right seat, it's Erica Sachs.
Oh, that's awesome. It's so humbling. I work really hard at it. It's kind of my craft, and I enjoy every second of it. It takes, you know, it actually makes me super duper calm. I don't know why, but I love it. The more chaotic, the better.
Well, and that actually makes you a lot more calm too, Dad.
Oh, absolutely. When you don't have somebody over there going, ooh, ooh, slow down, slow down, slow down. She never does that. Check up. And then she starts calling out her numbers, and man, it just works like clockwork. It's so consistent, makes it so much more fun, and you get to flow that way, and you get as much confidence in her as she gets in me, and there's nothing better. I don't know that I could ever drive another off-road race with anybody else in the seat.
You get addicted to it, right? Well, like you were saying, the smoothness and the calmness. Sean was talking about it earlier on the live stream. It kind of feels like you're getting your groove back.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I am. You know, we had a lot of just high-speed, super fast stuff at the start. Didn't know if we had brakes or didn't have brakes because we didn't need to use them. And then when we got into some twisty, turny stuff and had to use brakes, we were able to pump them up and get them to work. So, yeah, but the confidence level came back today. I felt pretty good.
I do think that's cool. And then the nice thing about it, Erica, is you guys get, well, what, 6, 7 opportunities to do it at NORRA?
Yeah, well, we get 3, the other guys get 3, so it's kind of cool. You have to figure out the notes for the day, like who created it, what are they marking. Those compression dips out there were a little buck wild, you know, and it's kind of like check up, check it out. All right, are you good? Do we need more brakes? You know, coming into it, set up, ready to go is kind of what I thrive on, so a lot of those could have been bad days.
There you go. See, that's where the expertise comes in, because you don't know until you got the good person there.
And I'll tell you what, in my seat that's hard because I want to go, but I have to believe in what she's saying. So when we get to those, we don't know how bad they're going to be. So sometimes we roll through them and it's no big deal. Sometimes we're glad we checked up. So calling them out as she does is the perfect scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brent Fox and Kevin Miller were telling us the same thing. So, well, good job, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you, Sean.
All right, man. Thank you so much. And yeah, I thought I totally jinxed them on turn number 1 of the course. And I was talking about how great they were, and then boom, gone. I'm not happy to know they lost their brakes, but I'm not happy to know that maybe it wasn't me. So we're on board here with Brad Helko in his Speed UTV, still digging along. A lot of top competitors already across the line. And looking into it, we should have PJ Jones almost off the course and into the speed zone, which means he's almost into the city. That'll be our first UTV. Then behind him, we have the 2020 and the 1464. Then it's the 7667 and then Max Gordon. So right now we're starting to get a lot of the different classes across the line, including we got his 2 historic truck and truggies. We got several Evolution 6100s, Evolution buggies across the line, several of them. I'm looking, and let me see here. I think I'm hoping I just made a mistake here. But who we are missing the number 56 of Greg DiStefano. Has fallen off the pace. So I'm backtracking here as you guys are on board with PJ Jones. And seeing him going slow like he is, I'm looking, yeah, we're good. He's in the speed section. So that's what should be happening. No problems with Jones. I'm thinking back to see where I last saw Greg DiStefano. And as I go backwards here, on course. Seems as though Greg DiStefano fell off a while back. So I'm not exactly sure what to DiStefano. But we saw him performing very well for the last 3 and say a half days. And now I'm looking for DiStefano on the tracker. It looks like he is a ways back unless the tracker is incorrect, or perhaps his tracker fell off. But nonetheless, it seems to be as though his amazing day, or days I should say, has now been limited to just 3 amazing days. On board with Cowboy Cerrone. Cerrone in the 214. I know where he got in. So let me see exactly here. The 214 got in about a half an hour ago, maybe 20 minutes ago. I see where he's at. He is on course, but not in a speed zone. So he may possibly have some type of mechanical, or maybe the thing hopped into a limp zone or limp mode or something. But he's on course, and he's chasing the 1067 with the 1261 ahead of him. And now we're with Max Gordon. Max Gordon looks like he's having a mechanical literally just before he finishes the stage. I mean, just before. I'm talking, he's like not even 1,000 meters from the finish and having some problems. All that time and effort. Trying to make up on big bones. It looks like it might be getting thrown away right now. I'm hoping he's able to get up and rocking and rolling there. That's just heartbreaking. He's been putting in such an amazing run, and literally just 1,000 meters away from finishing up that section and having some trouble. And there he is, PJ Jones. All right, so PJ Jones, first UTV across the line. We're going to take him on for him to get situated. But in the meantime, we're going to head on down to Zach Langley and the Cops team in the 250.
All right, Steve Hengeveld, Travis Reiner. Today was a pretty good day, man. It seems like the pace is pretty fast for this race.
Yeah, today was a pretty fast day, you know, especially from San Ignacio down to San Juanico. It's really fast, and we got in at San Juanico and went over the mountain, and all that stuff is just great, you know, the mountain roads, and then you get to the bottom and riding those washes. It's just fun.
Yeah, it is totally fun. Some of the course gets a little skinny in some of those spots. Travis, what about you, man? What was the day like for you?
You know, today was a good day. We were running a really good pace, and then we started having radio issues where Steve could hear me, but he couldn't communicate with me. So I wasn't knowing if he was hearing me and make sure we were good. And so, you know, kind of got a little sketchy, some of the high-speed stuff. But as soon as I felt the truck do what he should be doing for the calls I made, I knew he could hear me, and we started working different hand signs for acknowledgement. You know, because a lot of it was high speed, and if he's not hearing the calls, it could be detrimental for us and the truck. And no, it worked out great for us. We battled through the issues, and we're here.
Steve, that's actually pretty crazy to think about, right? Because the trust and the amount of effort that you guys put into this, and then all of a sudden, I don't want to say you're driving blind, but it's like he doesn't know what you're doing and you don't know what he's doing, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, we got to readjust the whole program here. How does it feel when you're actually going through and you can only rely on what you see in front of you?
You know, for me, that's pretty easy anyways, coming from the bikes. You know, you always had to rely on what you could drive, what you could see.
Yep.
And, you know, it works out for us. And Travis and I have been driving together for a long time, so we kind of understand or give some type of signal when there is something wrong, and we adapt pretty quickly. And I think that's what, you know, it's great for us.
Yeah, it makes sense. And you guys have a good vibe in the truck.
Yeah, we've got a great vibe. I've been blessed enough to come do this and race with the Hengefeld family. I think we're going on 12 or 13 years together in a car, and so we kind of get in and we're already comfortable, and I understand his driving style, and he knows, you know, how I'm going to call notes, and we spend a lot of time down here pre-running and making our own notes, you know, and relying on that, so we kind of understand our driving styles and our navigation styles together, and we've been very successful and worked, and had some good times down here, and this is just one more time and story to enjoy.
It's all about those stories, right, Steve?
It is stories, and you know, NORRA is just a great event. You know, this is probably my ninth NORRA, and I'm just glad to be here. It's always fun. It's always good track. Today was really fun, especially going through La Prisma and here to Loreto was really fun, and just really appreciate them putting in a good course.
Yeah, it is really cool to see. So one last question that's not about the race. What do you guys do after the race is over? You guys be able to hang out with family, friends, everybody?
You know, we'll just take a couple days and we'll come home. A lot of our family is still at home. So we'll just turn around when we finish and just start heading back.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool when you get to have all those stories when you get back, right, Travis?
That's great, you know, and you start telling stories and half your friends are like, there's no way that's happening down there, you know. They don't understand what it's like to run in these trucks at the speeds we do. You know, just relying on each other through radio communication, and then especially like days today when, you know, we have radio issues and we can't come off pace, we still have to keep pushing that pace, and sometimes, you know, it makes the drivers push harder, you know, because they rely more on themselves and just what they hear and see, and I don't know what's going on. So, you know, I think we actually picked up our pace really well today and held pace well, and, you know, just another story of racing and coming down here to Baja and enjoying it.
I love that feeling, though, because now you guys feel like you've had a successful day and you're going to wait for tomorrow. I appreciate you guys coming down here to enjoy NORRA. We all love it. Will we go back to you, Sean?
Right on, brother. Thank you so much. I tell you, I didn't realize it was Steve Hengefeld in that vehicle. That just absolutely blew my mind. You know, if you don't know who he is, you need to. And we're talking two-wheel, absolute superstar. When I say man, myth, legend, I talk Steve Hengefeld. That dude is just absolutely amazing. What he's done in his life with the off-road racing on two wheels is unbelievable. Now, we got a Porsche here. I'm not sure if it's the 964 or the 969. But I do know that he's stuck. That's the one thing I can tell you. So yeah, I'm not sure if he's the 964 or the 969. We only have two Porsches. That's the number on the two of them. And so one vehicle there trying to help, a couple others just saying, hey, I'm moving forward, I'm on my way. Looking at the tracker, good news. Time has been lost for Max Gordon again on PJ Jones. But good news, he is up and moving again. He's almost into transit. The 1811 is almost done as well. Cesar Cuavas is almost there as well. So we're getting a lot of vehicles now to the finish line, have made their way down as we're back on board with Trevor Glidden. So Trevor Glidden in the, I believe it's the 811. And we know he's not too far off the finish. And probably should be, Trevor should be coming back up onto the highway here again pretty soon. Yes, he is. So he's about to get back on Highway 1 again for a small stint. He's about 1,000 meters from hopping back on the highway. We'll be on Highway 1 again. So again, for 4 days in a row, Trevor Glidden's program is working really well. Now here we are, getting some good in-car camera action.
Left 4.
We haven't been on board with these guys too often today. We were day number 1. We spent a lot of time with this team. And so they've been digging along. And now we're back with Trevor Glidden. And where exactly are we going? Just cruising at his pace, and so far it seems to be working. So Glidden still sitting, I believe, in P2 by his class. And when he gets down here across the line, he's still going to be not far off of when the corrected times, because I highly doubt we're getting penalties put on Trevor Glidden. So he's looking pretty good. But who's been running an absolute flawlessly race and just knows the pace to go is the man down there behind the PJ Performance vehicle, and that is none other than PJ Jones. Let's see what kind of words we got for PJ.
Across the line today. And man, it seemed like today was pretty fast. In fact, all the stages have been faster than we thought. How was it?
It was good. Track was good. Lots of rocks. Nerve-wracking for us. We got to Scorpion Bay, the neutral zone, and we had a guy there, and he was checking things out and told me, "Hey, you got the left front boots coming out is off." And he tried to put it back on, but I knew it wasn't going to stay, so we took it out of four-wheel drive from there and pretty much ran the whole way and on two-wheel drive, which it makes me nervous because it's hard on the rear axles and these things, especially when we're running this hard. And so we just had to pedal it and back pedal it and just get here. And, I think we've done it with minimal time lost today, or if any, maybe. Who knows what happened to everybody else yet. But, Mooney did a great job in the right seat, just keeping everything under control and calling all the corners out and making sure there's no mistakes.
Yeah. So, Mooney, come in a little closer here so we can talk to you. I don't have to reach too far. Sure. It's kind of crazy. So for anybody that at home doesn't know what a boot is, right? It's a CV boot, and underneath the CV boot, there's a ton of grease, and you start seeing those types of things happen, and you're like, uh-oh, something's really wrong. You diagnose it, and then you make changes, but those changes can drastically affect your speed, you're worrisome with the car, those types of things. So tell us how it was when you guys were driving with two-wheel drive.
Well, definitely, we were a lot slower on things, especially when you're coming up Prisma, where it's just up, and you're not in four-wheel drive, and how rocky that area is, where two-wheel drive, you got to keep your momentum up and not spin the rear tires to get flat, because that's all we need is another puncture, because we're spinning rear tires and all this stuff. So it would have been nicer if it was two-wheel drive at the beginning of the race, which was all flat out straight and not worrying about things, but it was all through the hills, and luckily it looked like somebody graded the roads up there, so that's nice since last time.
That's not how it happens at off-road, right? So, PJ, it was probably, I don't want to say a struggle, but it was probably a different type of race. You probably had to pull back a little bit and make sure you were smoother, all that good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And you're just worried. You got that anxiety knowing, hey, you got the lead and you're in preservation mode and, and the anxiety is, is this going to make it to the end? And so I was counting miles down, just counting them down, just wondering, hey, are we gonna be able to make it?
So we talked a little bit about it before. You got a good crew here. It's going to be pretty easy to replace the boot and get it going.
Yeah, I think so. No problem. We got more axles, and here comes Max.
Yeah.
A little flat.
Man, so we got Max Gordon coming in behind us. We'll finish up the interview and we're going to go talk to Max too. But it's cool to see, right? Because you're paying attention to competitors, but you have a smile on your face, dude. It's like cool to see everybody coming.
It is. It's pretty cool to see him come in on two flats. He'll drive it. He'll drive the wheels off the thing until nothing's left, and it's just a little different strategy.
Hit a little quicker than ours do, so he's a little quicker twitch. His twitch, aged out already.
Yeah.
Oh, we got jokes for days. I'll let you guys get back to the crew and everybody. But hey, good job today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect.
Back to you, Sean.
All right, man. Great job down there. And now I'm looking. I'm like, woof. There's Robbie looking at it saying, kid, what do you do to my equipment, man? Well, the bead locks work really good. So that's key. And you know what? We don't know. Maybe he got stuck down in a silty area and needed to get the power to the ground. Who knows? But Robbie Gordon taking a look at it saying, man, son, I tell you what, you're rough on equipment, buddy. So there we are, still on board for a very smooth but yet rough ride for him. With any luck, we'll have an opportunity to speak with him, and I think we're gonna, as he's pulling up behind Trevor Glidden. So we'll have an opportunity to get with him here in just a few moments. As now we are still off in the desert a bit. So as we were talking earlier, I mentioned earlier this morning, it's going to get hot when we get, towards away from the coasts, because we've been on both coasts, both the Pacific and now on the other side. And now we see guys with their shirts off. We see people fanning themselves in the cabs of the cars. And now we're still on board here with the 214 of Cerrone. So Cowboy Cerrone before, let me take a look at where he's at now. Was about to hop up on the highway in the 214. He did that, he covered the highway, now he's back on course again. Something can't be right with the car. Can't be right. Not a whole lot yet to go. Well, right now he's in a speed zone. He's got to be. Yep. All right, let's take an opportunity to go down and see what's going on with Max Gordon in the 77. Autographs flying. Everybody loves Max Gordon.
Mexico, dude.
I know, they love us down here. It's pretty cool that they support us this well down here.
It is super cool. It's super cool to see all the kids and everything. Man, we got to see you drive in a little bit, and you said that Mexico is Mexico today.
No, yeah, for sure. We had no issues all day long, just 95-ish all day long. Car ran great, no issues, but like a mile from the finish, felt the car go sideways. I'm like, that's weird. I don't know what we hit. We're in a speed zone and the tires went flat. Like, oh, okay. The car just started skating around. I'm like, oh, those tires are flat. So I had Cole get out. I'm like, okay, let's change one tire. He couldn't get the tire changed because it's still low on the car. So we couldn't get any tires changed, so we lost about 2.5 minutes trying to fuck with that. And then he got back in the car and we took off, and then we just tried to limp it back here. But I don't know why we got these two rear flats. I think we hit something in the speed zone, like pallet of nails or something that those guys left out there. But it is what it is. We made it to the finish line.
Yeah, it's always rare to get two flats at the same time, right? But making it to the finish line is NORRA. Like you have tomorrow, you still got a couple days left. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good. It looks like we're sitting second out. PJ obviously put some time on us today. It was fast gravel roads, but I know these roads leaving to Loreto La Paz, and those are some tight, twisty roads, so we'll put some time on them there. And then La Paz and Cabo, it's definitely game on there. We're going to put some time on them and see if we can make up the 15 minutes we need.
Yeah, putting time on people. We talked about it a few times today because you had mentioned it before that you have a foot limiter so that you can't push the foot pedal through the floorboard. Are you going to try to keep pushing it so that you can get up to that number one spot?
Yeah, that's the plan. This thing's been on the footrest all day, so maybe we'll take an eighth of a turn out tonight and get some more mile an hour out of it. But we'll see where the times come out around 10 o'clock tonight and see where we're at, see if we need to push harder or not. But no, the car's running great still, so we'll go back to the pit area and do a little prep on it and race it tomorrow.
Heck yeah. All right, well, we'll let Max get out of the car. Sean, back to you.
Right on, man. I tell you, somebody ought to go over to PJ Jones and see if he's wearing a tool belt that maybe just happens to have a hammer and some nails on it. And maybe they happen to fall out his window. But no, I'm totally kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's just really odd that, you'd get two flats at the same time in a speed zone there. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But either way, that is Baja. That is NORRA. These things do happen. That's just a real odd one right there. So, folks, as we're on board with Donald Cowboy Cerrone, as he's finishing up, they've had some struggles in this car right now, but he's making it to the finish line, slow and steady, and still has a lot of racing left to go ahead of him. So, folks, we've got some amazing stuff has happened so far today. We are now over and done with as far as covering 184.20 miles today in just one stage. Tomorrow, we take off early in the morning again, as it's going to be a lot of great racing, and we continue on with days 5 and 6 as we head down to the last and final finish line. As there's a beautiful shot, we always say we love coming to Loreto, and it's because our host hotel there is amazing. The views are amazing. The food and the people, everything about Loreto is spot on. And let me tell you, if you ever want to come down and visit not just Baja, but Baja Sur, the southern portion of it, Loreto is one of the places in the middle of the peninsula where they have a good-sized airport, and you can fly right in. The majority of all the major airlines will fly right in there, so you can come down and visit anytime you want if you want to visit Baja Sur. So, folks, we've got a lot of great racing yet to come as days 5 and 6 are about to get started tomorrow. But for today, physically, not by times, I don't have it in front of me, but kudos to Mark Post and his team of Robbie Gordon, his team of Larry Ragland and McCachran and Brent Bowman. Great job keeping that truck out front all along in the Riviera number 3. Brent Fox, you, sir, continue to be flawless. Dave Mason Jr., you're a master of your craft, sir. That is 1, 2, and 3 right there. Matt Cullen with a great job as Erica Sachs navigated her father with no brakes all the way down through that 100-something miles. Very good stuff. Greg DiStefano, I'm not sure what happened there, but he has dropped way off the pace. Zach Langley's moving up real good. Eric Dern's doing great. PJ Jones, let's get into UTVs. PJ Jones still atop the leader box for our 2025 NORRA's Baja. PJ Jones, he is being chased down, violently chased down, I should say, by Mad Max Gordon. Really great stuff there. Second right now by the times, physically, and I think by time, will be Bob Briggs in his historic truck and trucking class. So great stuff for him. Folks, this is the coverage of the 2025 NORRA's Baja. So we'll be back at it tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're heading to La Paz, day number 5 out of 6 days. A lot of great racing yet to come. So for Speed UTV, Bilstein Shocks, Meyers Manx, Fab School, and of course Ford Performance, Pam Hall, and George, and everybody alongside of the team of getting all the efforts out here and giving you all the news. My name's Sean Cermony, and couldn't possibly be more excited to go racing another time tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Hop on here with me. I'll be ready to rock and roll.
all too soon. My dumb heart is tearing apart from you.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.